And wherever you're listening to us from, we'd love to
Yes,
welcome you.
sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South and back. Charges on the beat.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you.
Okay, folks, welcome. This is Liberia's biggest show. This is the Spoon Talk, live across the Spoon.
I can't hear you. I'm not hearing you.
You're not hearing me?
No, you're coming in and out, not clearly.
Okay, that's probably due to the network.
Now it's better. It's better.
Okay, it's better now. All right. How are you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm trying. I've been in a very confused, distraught state for 3 days now. But by the grace of God, I'm getting by gradually.
Yeah.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, I understand. It will get better, but I do understand the circumstances. So just hang in there, okay?
Yeah, I'm hanging.
Yeah.
I love the yellow necklace though.
Thank you. Thank you. Sadly, I know you're not in the mood to listen yet to something. Oh gosh, there's echo coming in. I don't know where the echo from. There's echo when I speak.
Okay, you getting an echo?
Yes, when I speak, and then you just had an echo when you spoke.
Okay, I'm trying to sort that out. It's due to the All right, let me sort that out quickly. Are you still hearing the echo?
No, not on your end. No, I'm hearing it on my end when I
Okay.
speak.
All right, then it's probably because
Yeah, one of the mic got to be muted, I think.
of the device I'm using to listen in. So let me reduce the volume a bit.
Okay.
And we can proceed. Is it okay?
Much better. Yes, it is better now. Better. Good. You guys are so good at what you do.
Okay. All right.
So I was just going to tell you, you were just complimenting my yellow. A family member of mine made this African outfit many years ago, but sadly she passed away. And so every time I wear this, I think about her. She passed away in Liberia. So I knew this is not the best time to be listening to and talking about that, but I just wanted to tell you I took this out today and just thought about her. Yeah. So anyway, we're here today, Diamond, to discuss matters that are important to Liberians. I'm still hearing echo, Damo.
All right, Dr. Richardson. I think I've reduced the volume of my device to the
Mm.
lowest, but
Ah,
I will get you. I'm not using an earpiece,
I know.
so yeah.
I know. I'm just worried that when the panelists come, when they come in, the panelists come in, there may be. It's good now. It's really good now.
But it's okay now.
Well, it's good a second. Yes, it's good now. Yeah, much better. Um. Oh Lord. I just want to make sure that when the panelists come in, that when
Excellent.
mm, you are just going in and out. You're just going in and out.
Doc, are you there? My network
Yeah,
is
I'm
not
here.
is not the best.
Okay.
But I'm doing my best to be on the show so that we can transition until the others can come in.
Okay, I get it. All right, I'm not hearing the echo, so that's good. I just want to welcome all of you, Liberians, wherever you are, to Spoon Talk. I'm sure we're going to have a spirited, interactive conversation today. We're going to present information to you from different perspectives. I got mine. Uh, you know, the other panelists we have theirs. Dr. Falcon we have his. So that's the goal. The goal is to appreciate diversity of thoughts, critically think about some of the information that we provide to you, and in the end, we hope to make a more informed decision about our country, Liberia. So I want to just welcome you wherever you are. If you have not shared the show already, please do so. Um, I'm going to take some time just to wait until my other colleagues join me. I'm going to see who's here and also welcome them. Well, Diamond, did you want? I don't know if with us having such bad connection, are you able to give us any breaking information or any just trending information?
Dr. Richardson, I'm gonna respond in the negative because honestly, I've not been following what's happening in the country.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. Got it. Got it.
That's a first for me to have said. I've not been following what's unfolding. I've not even been on Facebook to see what's happening. Today was actually meant to be a very happy day for me. My son finally graduated,
Oh,
but we are unable to even celebrate him because of the current
yes.
situation. We have to be respectful of humans and everything that have transpired. We're not
Um,
in a happy place, but you
I
know,
understand. I
yeah.
understand.
So I've been isolated
Yeah.
from what's happening around. So today we've turned the pendulum. I'm depending on you now to know what's happening in the
It's
country.
okay. And it's so interesting. Today is Saturday. I'm usually trying to get my Saturday work, which is laundry, trying to cook, and of course, getting things together because this coming weekend, the Bong Education Center Alumni Association will be here. I'll be hosting the group in my area. My home actually will be where many people will gather. So I'm just trying to make sure all of my uh, different pieces are put together.
Mm.
Uh, so it's going to be an exciting time. There should be maybe I'm expecting about at least close to 100 uh, members that will travel here to South Jersey. Usually, we go to different cities or states. Last year, we were in where were we last year? Jesus. Uh, Hold on, I'll tell you where we were last. Last year, we were in Rhode Island. We've just been so many places. We've been doing this for almost 20 years now. We're hosted by uh, uh, a family from Beaumont in Rhode Island. Genu's family hosted us, and we do this to fundraise and to sort of get together because we all grew up together. It's like a reunion of friends. We get together and just talk about the good old days in Beaumont, and also we have a fundraiser at the at the Saturday of the event. And then secondly, I'm sorry, it's thundering out here, so that's why I'm like getting distracted, like making sure that my system don't go down. Um, so you're gonna hear some noise. It'll be thundering that you hear. So
Mm.
yeah, we've been doing this for about 20 years. We raise fund for Bon Minds, the students in Bon Minds. We have a resource center that we pay staff members and provide data for the computers, and the children can go on after school to do their research. The resource center is open to all students in the Boma area. There are about 8 to 9 schools in the area. So we provide uh, some sort of tutorial support for them, and also computer studies. So that's kind of what I was focusing on. I didn't get a chance to read the news in Liberia. Let me just see what's going on. Saturday tends to be. I learned from you, Diamond, that Saturday tends to be a slow news day in Liberia anyway. So I'm just looking and seeing how what's going on in the country. I'm now looking at the Daily Observer. I believe that's what's on my computer on my phone right now. And what's I'm spotting a story which we talked about here that actually is still of an interest to me. And that is the story where Senator Dillon accused some of his colleagues of conflict of interest. There's a noise in the background, Simon.
No, Dr. Richardson, I'm in a confined space. Are you still hearing any noise?
Yeah, there was some noise in the background. Um, yeah, it's done. I don't hear it anymore. So I was
Okay.
saying that one of the news that's actually sort of sticking to my head, and I'm still pondering about, is the news relating to Senator Dillon accusing some of his colleagues of conflict of interest. And he said that he has documentation that indicates some of his colleagues have ties to the road construction of contractors that are in the southeastern region. And he's actually stating that some of his colleagues, I think he's mentioned Sir Joseph and Thomas Fala, are possibly co-owners or allegedly co-owners of some construction companies that are doing the roads in the southeast region. And so that is concerning. That is definitely concerning to me. Um, it's not only just a conflict of interest thing. It is negligence, like in a way that you didn't do your work. So you are a lawmaker in the Senate. You got your hands in construction in different construction companies, and yet and still we don't have good roads to go to the southeast region. So not only did you engage in conflict of interest, you totally forgot about the Liberian people who uh, use that road or use the road so many times, uh, and are in need of the road. So that's kind of what when I think about that, that's what I think about. Let me just see.
Dr. Richardson, I'm
Yeah.
also seeing from
Mm-hmm.
comments being sent by some of our viewers,
Mm-hmm.
they're pointing to the fact that the Unity Party standard bearer
Mm-hmm.
is in Nimba.
Mm-hmm. Good.
And according to comments I'm reading, as I said again, I've not been, following what's unfolding in our country.
Mm-hmm.
But they're saying that today, Joseph Yuman Boyka and Jeremiah Kwankun, his vice standard bearer today, they locked down the entire Ganta city. Somebody's saying over 100,000 persons graced the occasion, but people coming with different figures, and you don't believe in numbers as it is. So
Crowd.
They're saying that's one of the major issues, happening or that happened in the country on this Saturday as well. So I just thought to chip that in as you're
Yeah,
talking about trending issues and what's happening in the country.
sure. Thanks for sharing that. I'm sure we have a lot of Unity Party people, panelists that will be coming in, and I'm sure they will definitely be elaborating on this topic. But when I think, I mean, you make a good point, and then we'll be talking about it. So that is a trending news in the country. Uh, I'm looking here to see that, and also, uh, Diamond, I'm concerned about that the death of all those cows, those cattle.
Yeah, in Lofa.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, we just had the issue of the caterpillar invasion in
Mm-hmm.
some part of Lofa, Nimba, Bong. The Ministry of Agriculture had to send extension officers there in, and now we have this issue of over 30 cows, 30 cattle, dying. That is a serious issue. And I listened to you on last night. You were giving out a warning that people shouldn't engage in eating those cattle that died, especially if the cause of their death is yet to be established. You know, what went wrong? Did they drink from any poisonous water source? Is it some
Mm-hmm.
sort of new disease? That caused their death? Were they poisoned by somebody intentionally? Because human beings are wicked. They
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
Somebody could say, okay, this person's business is booming, so I'm going to poison their water source. Did they graze on something? So we need a thorough investigation into how the cattle died, over
Mm-hmm.
30 cows. How did they
Mm-hmm.
die? What caused their death? And if it is something that can be dealt with, so that we don't have this happening in the country on a larger scale than what happened, what is being reported from Lofa. The Ministry of Agriculture also issued a release, you know, and we're looking to see how speedily they are going to investigate what happened there in Lofa County.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it is concerning, and I agree with you. Let's wait for the investigation. Please do not touch the cows. Do not eat them. Do not, go near them until we get some conclusions as to what happened to them. But it is concerning. So I'm looking at Front Page Africa. I'm trying to just report on, like I learned from the news guys, the likes of Diamond, that usually on Saturdays there's a slow news day or news time in Liberia. So I'm just basically um, looking to see.
Yeah, ma'am, I lost you there for a bit.
No, no, I was just saying that, yes, I'm just looking at the newspaper to see. I just pull up Front Page Africa. I was on Daily Observer. I just pull up Front Page Africa. Nothing really exciting. It's a slow news day today. Uh, I'm just looking to see nothing from my end. Nothing exciting, anyways. Okay, let me just go down.
So, candidate
Mhm,
nominations, will be closed, and
mhm,
certification will be closed on the 14th of this month.
mhm,
So we have at least 6 more days
mhm.
for
Good.
candidates to get registered and certificated by the NEC. And
Mhm,
what we've seen is those candidates, especially from other parties, including the Unity Party,
mhm,
who did have consensus agreements to have candidates, from different parties and different counties allotted to other parties that are now part of what they call the Unity Party Alliance. We
mhm,
see some of those candidates who were not picked going as independent candidates,
mhm,
and that has raised the question whether or not there is disunity in the party. Again, you cannot stop someone from going after their own personal ambition. It is their constitutional right, once they legally qualified under the constitution, to run for any office. But the key question is that undermining the unity in the Unity Party, and other parties that had candidates going for primaries and losing, and then going as independents or consensus candidates being chosen or counties allotted, and you going again to serve your personal interest, but again, we are quick to point out that it's their constitutional right to decide whether or not they want to contest or they will go with what the party said. It's happening to other parties as well, not just the United Party, because I chose to highlight the United Party because they had this issue of allotting counties and seats to various parties that form the United Party alliance. I read a story of something similar happening in Margibi County, that a candidate from the MDR,
Mm-hmm.
Margibi
Mm-hmm.
County District number 1, if I still remember the district right. Stand to be corrected, but I read District 1. And
Mm-hmm.
there's a candidate from the MDR that chose to run as independent, not a candidate but an aspirant because,
Mm-hmm.
and now he's running as an independent candidate. So whether this is going to undermine the unity, as said in the Unity Party, or is again a throw the rock and hide your hand kind of move, that okay, we've given them this county, but you go as independent and then we'll support you from the back channels. We see these things happening a lot. So I just chose to highlight, that as well. And according to information sent to me, Henry Costa is set to make an announcement on Monday. What most people are pointing to or speculating, and what's stopping the speculation list is he's going to announce that he's going to be running for president, and all eyes are waiting to see who his vice tenor will be. That is, if he's going to announce that he's running for president as well, um, who his vice tenor is going to be. And the next question after that would definitely be, where would your support be given? Once it's a second round, whom are you going to support? Once it comes up to a runoff as well. So, a lot of things happening in the political arena. People cross-carpeting, transfer window has been opened since, people going for where they think there is greener pasture politically, or where they think they can get security from politically to protect their interests. But what piques my imagination the most is how many persons, the large number of people that are vying for, the different offices. Again, is their right, but that tells you that we need to diversify in our labor market. That if majority of the population sees, what is happening as the only way is to jump into politics, is to go into running for an elected office, then it tells you that we are failed in other fields, in our labor market as well. Many people are now going into private entrepreneurship or sole proprietorship and all of those things. We see running for political office as the fastest way to getting rich, as opposed to private sector. So that was just what's on my mind. And somebody says, Diamond says he doesn't know what is happening in the country, but now he's speaking on trending issues. As I'm speaking to him in real time, I'm also getting some information, as to there are others who help and assist, in giving information, to help us out. So based on what I'm getting, I'm sharing as well.
Yes, and thank you, Diamond. You're doing your best. So I appreciate you sharing information to our audience. Somebody just said that I know what's going on in the country. I'm being disingenuous. I'm not talking about the you know presidential rally that's happening in Nimba. And I think I did say I'm sure you're gonna hear the panelists speak about that. So it doesn't mean that I don't want to talk about it. Historically, if you listen to me all the time, I want the real thing. I want people to go to the ballot box instead of focusing on all the crowd and businesses. It's a Liberia's thing, maybe, that everybody go to see a candidate. I want substance. I'm more of a person who believe in what can a person do for our country versus how many people they can pull together. So, but I'm sure if you're listening, we're probably going to talk about it because that is, I guess, news in Liberia right now. I'm going to welcome my cousins. Somebody said I'm not going to remember welcome my cousins and my family people. So let me welcome my cousins and my family people um, to Spoon Talk. Diamond, I'm going to move over and welcome my cousin and family people. Uh, I want to welcome George B. Flomo to Spoon Talk. Thank you for being here, George. Mariam Kruma is watching from Parker Paint. Thank you for joining us. Shadrach P. Moses is joining us from Mount Barkley Community. Mount Barkley Community. Uh, Let me just see who's here. Tyrese Van Boy is watching. Thank you for joining us. Uh, Let me see who is, as I'm looking at the other device to make sure that I get everybody who's listening. Okay. Jersey Jala is watching. Rebecca J. Moore is watching. Thank you, Rebecca. Emmanuel Jackson is also watching. Kuli Musa is watching. Bunk Senator Muy Proud is also watching. Um, Morris Harris is watching. Morris, thank you for being here. Let me just see. I'm going down the list over here. Emmett Harmon is watching from Cox City, he says. Lavetti Imani Kruma says, hi, Dr. Richardson. How are Lavetti? How are you? Philip Bala is always here. He's always here. He's an avid follower of Spoon. Philip, thank you for joining us and for being here. Hilton Prince is here. Brother Washington, he says, how are you? Oliver Johnson is watching from Johnsonville. Thank you for being here. And Tyree, I think I did say Tyrese, right? Olivia Barbu is watching. Thank you for joining us, Olivia. Share the show if you haven't shared already. Let me just see. I'm just reading some of the comments and laughing, so bear with me a little bit. So we have some really interesting commentators. Alex Kandaka is watching from Caldwell. Leroy T. Johnson is watching as well. Thank you, Leroy, for being here. Jay Reeves is watching from Barnesville Estate. Thank you for joining us. Charles J.S. Young is watching from Charles Street, he says. And Morris Kalzulu, I believe, is watching from Yekepa. Kai Kai is watching from Milano, Italy. Raymond Grisby, it says, hi, Dr. Richardson, how are you doing? Somebody talking about GB and rice and everything. You make me hungry. Just mentioning food. Let me just see who's doing that. Who's talking? Emmanuel Truthful Photo says that I'm not looking happy today. I don't know how you managed to gather that one. I'm very happy. I'm just was busy earlier. That's all. Who else we have here? Abu Masaleh is watching Lofa County. Austin Kona, no, Austin Kanda is watching from North Dakota. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name right. Papi Moore is watching. Is watching from Washington D.C. I'm reading, so that's why I stopped. Thomas Harris is watching. Andrew A. Dawn is also watching. Let me just put a note in.
So, Dr. Richardson, I could also assist you in speaking to
Yes,
your cousins.
please do that.
Once you
Please do that. Why I put a
you
note in the chat room. Thank you. Please do that.
all right. So Leo S. Lake is also watching from Bon County, Banga to be precise. More Greatness LIB Buys is watching from Cagliari in Italy. Love to say thank you for following. Kumba Finduo Duno is also watching us from Massachusetts. Boston there in the US following us. We'd love to say thank you. James Davis is watching us from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and says good day to all. Kalako Balayan is watching us from 7th Street, Sinker as well. Thank you for following Kalako. Flomo P. Mauba is watching us from Cardwell. How are you doing, Flomo? Daniel D. Colley Jr. says, good evening, Spoon family. My name is Daniel Jr. I'm following you from Painesville City, outside the nation's capital, Monrovia. That's good to know. Elma V. Ketter is watching us from Painesville. Alfred Godfavor Dagosa Sumo says, I like the way you speak, doctor. You know, yeah, but I'm a man. Okay. Different from policeman. Ha. I just leave it at that. Ishmael Amara says, Dr. Richardson, please recognize the program today. Yeah, she talked about it a bit, and she says she's waiting for the rest of the panelists to come on. So then they will have an in-depth conversation surrounding that as well. Alexander Sami is watching us from Cardwell, Benson Street. Kamara K and Van Fongbe is watching us from Honolulu there, Hawaii. That's good. That's good to know. So Spoon Talk is all around, even Hawaii. Okay, probably he went there for a visit or he stays there. That's good to know. And the list goes on and on. I see George G. Elliott Jr. is watching us from North Dakota. Afri LIB Hackers. My man, your name. The Hackers partner.
I tell you.
You invited me to Ian again.
I tell you.
Gallo is watching us from Bismarck, North Dakota. It's good to know. George Elliott Jr. is also watching us from North Dakota. Emmanuel Charles is watching us from New York. Kafina Williams Verdia says praying for Liberia. J. William Yanti, Randall Thomas, and Joman Jala is also following us. Manjo Gafua is also watching. Lyra T. Johnson is watching from Atlanta, Georgia. And Prizo Lamin is watching us from Switzerland. Old Man Zizu is watching us from Banjo, Lower Virginia. So, Dr. Richardson, I'll conclude with Shad Jesus Wotobo is following us as well. Says, hello, Spoon family. And the list goes on and on and on. So,
good. I actually wanted to just add one last thing. Adi Captain is also watching. Thank you for watching. I know you always join the show, so thank you for watching. So if you haven't shared the show already, please do so. Please share the show. Call a friend to come and join you to listen, because I'm sure we're going to have a spirited conversation today. Today is Saturday. Many people are just returning home or just going about. Well, over here, I think it's 8 o'clock in Liberia, so you just have settled home. In the United States, we are just, gathering to, it's 4:39. We're just gathering to just relax for the evening. So everybody's talking about crowd and crowd and crowd. It'd be interesting to see. I'm reading to see some people are enjoying it. They said they like the crowd. They like the fact that there was a lockdown in, I guess, Lima today. But again, I think for me, I don't really, crowd don't really do anything to me. At the end of the day, what happened at the ballot box is more what I'm more interested in. I think, today I was having a conversation with someone about, to me, crowd is just about optics. I'm more interested in Liberia's the needs, the leader that can address the needs of Liberia versus a leader that can just address the want. And that's what crowd to me is about. Want right now, it's about want and needs. Thank you very much, Mr. Fakon, for joining me. I was just basically talking about wants and needs. Okay. I was talking about, I learned that a long time ago that there's a difference between wants and needs. And the wants, are things that you desire. And my mom used to say, I used to come home and tell my mom, well, I want a new pair of outfit, I want a new dress or something. And she always used to say, that's your want. I know why I can provide for you. I give you what you need. In this, I give you food, housing, and clothe you with what I can afford to give you, and that's what you need. So right now, I would love a leader who can address our needs for better hospital, better education, improved economy. Uh, so I appreciate Mr. Vagon being the best person to talk about crowd today. So Mr. Vagon, take it. I know you happy. You can't wait to talk about the crowd today, huh? Really?
We're not looking at crowd right now. We're looking at security and how the current government can manage the influx of people into the various vicinities, so that to allow the other candidates who are not privileged to be escorted by EPS officers, and I have control over the Liberian National Police to do so, because it has been proving now that JMB is actually the front runner everywhere he goes.
What do you mean by
States.
having? Me and you gonna have some dialogue here today. What do you mean by I mean, just by the crowd.
Right now, we're talking about people who are on the road. We're not talking about people who sitting in the houses looking through the window.
It does not matter, Mr.
There are three candidates that got on the road today.
Oh, okay.
McGill was in Magidi, and Gonglo was in Bong, and JMB in Gantanima.
And what happened?
And Kumis and Maniba and Robbie.
Whatever.
And Robbie. And Robbie and Grispan, and they're all at their houses right now.
You don't know that.
No, I know that because everywhere they go.
You have no idea where Mr. Kumi is. You don't know where he is.
No, Mr. Kumis, the sun hot there right now. I don't know how many degrees in your area, but he and Charlene cannot afford to be outside. They're from Liberia. So, but if you look at what we're looking at today, it is obviously clear that voter turnout for this coming election will be high.
Really?
And that we have a crowded electoral field. So Liberians will have to determine whether or not they will waste their votes or allow it to count. So if anybody wants their vote to count, then you have to decide who the two persons that are the most likely to be the top two. So unless you say Kumis and Wia, or Kumis and Bwakai, or Bwakai and Gonglo, unless you narrow your chances down to two, voting for any other candidate other than the two that you know will make it, it's wasted votes, in my opinion. You're just wasting the votes because nobody's going to look that way.
So, a lot of what I've read says that there's going to, the first round, there's going to be at least three persons in the race, given what we have, given, our history and given the map up of what we have.
No, you can't have three.
I know you want for it to be.
You're thinking about three that will be the top three.
Yes, three. Yes, three. The past there'll be three top three. Okay.
Nah.
Well, you are disagree, and you will say, "Oh, it'll just be UP and CDC." That's what you want to say.
I'm not even thinking CDC. The competition for second place right now is between three parties. It's between the CDC, the CPP, and Gonglo. Those three people vying for second place right now. All polls show that the three of them vying.
You said the CDC,
the CPP, and Gonglo, LPP. They are the three parties that are fighting to see who's going to outswitch who to get to the second place. And being in this business, the three parties are making mistakes. Because not the two parties, Gonglo people and ANC people are supposed to be fighting to kick George Weah out of the position for that second place. But they're leaving George Weah, who got all his motorbikes, but no hospital got checks. Teachers are not getting paid. Nothing happening for nothing. They're leaving him with all the motorbikes, the pickup trucks, and they don't even have some. And they're all chasing Boakai. Here's the guy that you can beat to get to a second round with Joseph Boakai. Because Joseph Boakai is already in the second round. The person who has screwed up for the last 6 years, that have made the Liberian people angry, is George Weah. Now, let's look at it this way. If you got 4 parties in the race, and I want to say 4 parties, CDC, UP, ANC, and LPP, those 4 parties.
CPP. Mm-hmm.
Any way you take it, the opposition owns the majority. If their votes were to be consolidated, they will beat George Weah badly. The fact that their votes are scattered puts George Weah in the race. The opposition is responsible for George Weah being in the race. If they consolidate, he's not in the race, he's out. Now, because of that, George Weah now, 75% of the vote is not his. It's Joseph Nyeuma Boakai, Gonglo, and Kumis that's fighting over the 75. Any way you put it, Joseph Nyeuma Boakai got the bigger piece. So if Joseph Nyeuma takes the biggest piece from among the 75, it means George Weah is second to Joseph Nyeuma Boakai. What people should be doing is fighting to knock him out. And then you go to a second round with JMB. But to fight to beat JMB is a mistake.
Mr. Falcon, let me come in a little bit. You know, I get very concerned when people say that, you know, the opposition are just fighting to knock out Boakai instead of knocking out the CDC. I personally think we have to draw the contrast. We have to say why is Mr. Cummings the best candidate, and why is Mr. Boakai? Why you guys will tell us why Mr. Boakai is the best candidate. If we don't do that for our audience, then I don't think, you know, we're helping.
Then, Professor, let me ask you this quick question then. Who
Please.
Are you running against? Are you running against Boakai? Is Boakai the president?
Indirectly, we are, and CDC. So I think it is important that we do both, and I think we can do both at the same time.
But most people will agree with me. You're not doing both. Every attack is on Boakai. There is no attack on the man that is supposed to be removed. There is no attack on him. And the reason why I must say this to you, the reason why I keep saying this is Boakai is running to be we are. CPP should be running to be we are.
We are.
And LPP should be running to be we are. And Lanu should be running to be we are. But people will agree with me. Every time we come on the platform, it's like Boakai is the problem. And because of that, if he is the problem, that's why he's leading all the polls.
I'm not sure about that. I have not seen anyone.
I'm sure because it's you guys that have promoted him. He seems down to be the incumbent.
Actually, I have not promoted him. I have always questioned. You know, I will tell you last night I was grading a dissertation, so I'm usually up late at night. I just kind of swayed away a little bit. I got tired and I wanted to read about Boakai. And in my readings, I found out that he is the owner of 2 companies in Liberia. A company called Lusu Resource Company and Acro Machine Company or whatever. And I went to dig further. Of course, it was late, so I didn't really, and I was tired, so I didn't really, get really involved in the reading. In my readings, I went further and saw that I think that company called Lusu had provided rice mill machine for the Lutheran World Federation. Okay, so I'm telling you this to say that Buckeye is in the race. We need to know more about him. We need to understand.
But let me ask you this: which company provides?
Mr. Fakwa, I'm not doing it. If he does own a company, this was all new to me. Every day you might sound this show. I never heard you one day tell me that he owns two, or he had owned. He owns. I don't know what the status of the company is.
Because it does not exist.
What do you mean? So you mean that lie?
That's a lie. The sole intent of business is to maximize profit. Will you take your company right now?
It doesn't exist.
Listen, if you had a company, will you take your rice mill machine and go get the Lutheran Federation? Now, how you do business?
No. I'm thinking, maybe you misheard me. I'm thinking that the nature of Lusu was to provide rice mill machines to these NGOs, or they will contact Lusu to do that. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. I'm still researching.
If they did it for those people and they provided the machine, then obviously the people had to pay them. It's a company.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I have no idea.
The government should be the first to tell you it's your right. The Freedom of Information Act gives you the right to request the information from the government and then come forth with it. That's your right. But again, like I'm saying, I want to go back to the point I was making. Cummins want to beat George Weah. Cummins does not want to beat Joseph Boakai. And Cummins needs to focus and beat George Weah. And Gongo needs to beat George Weah. And Moniba needs to beat George Weah. Not Joseph Boakai. And because of the way most of these individuals have presented themselves, I must give them credit. They are responsible for the Liberian people saying they want JMB. Because it's the guy that everybody thinks is the president right now. And the guy who is the president, is in Israel.
I disagree with you. Mr. Fakwan, I disagree with you. I respectfully disagree with you. This is a race.
I know the people agreeing with me on the Sunday. All the people say Fakwan are true.
Well, that's okay. But I don't. You know who listen to our show mostly, right? That the people who.
For me, I just told the truth. Everyone in the opposition.
I expect them to be more in favor of what you're saying, and it doesn't bother me at all, But I'm saying that this is a race that all us trying to get to the finish line. But let me welcome Debe. He's been sitting there quietly while you myself just go back and forth. Debe, welcome. How you
right now? Debe hungry. All the people that saw self food in the town, they come behind Joseph Boakai. Where to Ganta?
Hey,
come here. Hard time last night. Don't come start yet today. I watched the show. They will not give you hard time today.
No, they see me. I didn't mention me for them.
Okay. Oh, hey, don't make be more. Her body was soon can. Don't make be more. As soon as Stanton can, she say, Stanton, let's co-moderate. It finish.
I'll get a show to him.
All right, thank you, member Frank and Dr. Richardson. Thank you for, being very timely to have this program conducted. And let me welcome my brother Fagon. Keme, Demo Jave.
Kalefe Kanae, Edema.
Kalefe Daya. All right, so let me welcome all the Liberians. We're mixing up Angola and everything. Anyway, let me welcome Liberians that are following this show. I'm so respectful of Liberians that are following this show. We must respect them because they are actually supporting this program directly or indirectly. So I would like to, on behalf of Dr. Clarence K. Moniba and Madam Grace Banner, I'm a Grace Banner. Appreciate the Liberian people that are following this show, that are listening to us. We respect you. We do our best to speak the way we should speak so that you guys can be respected and give you guys the appropriate information that will inform your decision come October 10, 2023. I'm good to be here. I'm sorry that I came a little bit late today because today we had our candidates, Dr. Moniba and Madam Pan, certificated by Election Commission. So now they are considered candidates for the election come October 10, 2023. So what the great thing was that while we were there, for some reason, some young men who rides motorcycle and do other business, they just assembled at our party headquarters. Surprisingly, we got there, we met this group, and there was someone there to welcome Dr. Moniba and his co-runner and his VSB. And that kept our program so long because we thought that would have just be a low-key program where we go to the election commission, do our activity, and then we go back to our office and do other things. But then we met this group there, so we had to do like an impromptu program. And as we were doing this, the crowd began to swell and there were more people coming. So that's why Akilio did. We had to make sure that all those that were there were treated fairly and good, and that their return to home was safe. We had to get some emergency food for them, and then they asked that they want to take membership cards. So immediately we had to start giving them forms. We had to call a technician to kind of come to the office to start working on the ID cards because we are offering ID cards to members, computerized ID cards. So that kept our time up at the party almost until 8 o'clock. Just dropped my campaign chairman home and had to run here quickly to take part in the program. But welcome, my brother Ambulai, and thank you. And we are here. We hope we can have a nice conversation, and our being here will be useful to Liberia. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Johnny. I want to welcome Mame. How are you doing today?
Doing good. Very fiery up and excited about everything that's been happening. I see the opposition momentum is, beaming up. Specifically, I saw in Bond County today, we announced our vice standard bearer, Dr. Yure Yakpawolo. He made an inspiring statement of his story to inspire the crowd. Councillor Gonglo today recommitted himself to his promise of making government a place to serve and not a place to
serve. Where your camera keeps shaking, or is that you just the way you talk? Okay, it's better.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was saying that Dr. Yure Yakpawolo today, provided an inspiring story that stirred up the crowd, went across the country, giving hope to people. And Councillor Gonglo today also recommitted himself to his promise to making government a place to serve and not a place to steal. So we'll have more of those conversations as we, move forward in the discussion.
Okay. So, I want to ask you guys something. And Mr. Fagon, I'm going to ask these two gentlemen something that we were just talking about. Okay. Mr. Fagon believes that we in the opposition should be focusing on George Weah because we want to unseat him. I tend to believe differently. I think we should be doing both at the same time, sharpening the contrast between my candidate, your candidate, and George Weah. But he tends to, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fagon, and I'm interested in what both of you guys think about it.
So let me start. So the first thing we need to know is that the election is not an emergency. It is provided for by our Liberian Constitution. It says that after every 6 years there shall be an election where the people of Liberia shall elect their new public servants or code of officers in the executive, the presidency, and the legislature. But that theory in the Liberian Constitution, I don't think we are contesting against each other. We are applicants to Liberian people. In my view, all of the aspirants or candidates, they are applying to the Liberians through NEC. That is why the incumbent also has to apply from the presidency to the legislature. So we are all applying to Liberian people now. Liberian people are the employers. And these candidates are going to be the employees or the applicants to the Liberian people. So I think we are all contesting for the various positions. We are contesting for presidency and vice presidency. We are contesting for the Senate, and we are contesting for the representative. So until Liberians can understand this kind of thing, it will help to even elevate our political discourse, our political culture. So it's not like we are all running against President Weah. In my view, it's not that case. But there is a vacancy open. It says, in theory right now, this vacancy is already open because NEC has declared that there will be an election and this is the period for registration for this position, and we are going through this process. So there is a vacancy for presidency, and there are vacancies for representatives and Senate. So all the current representatives I want to recontact, we want to renew, they are reapplying. And those are not there, want to go there, they are also applying. So I would think that we are all applicants for the position for Liberian people to employ us. So that's my view towards the whole process. So I mean, say that we should all be running against President Weah or the CDC. I think that's not the concept. The concept is that there is vacancy, and President Weah, who won the election in 2017, that the people employ, wants to come back for people to employ him. And we are saying we also want to be employed Liberian. So we are all selling our ideas, our concepts, our policies, our agenda to our employers. So they will look at our ideas, our agenda, our policy, and say, look, Mr. Weah, you brought good idea in 2017. But we think the good idea you brought us that we chose you upon we gave you the job, you have worked for 6 years. We think that your ideas are finished. We have heard about new ideas that we need for the next 6 years. And the new ideas are with Dr. Moniba and Pan, for example. Or the idea we want, they are with Eno or Cummins and Charlene, or with Gonglo and Ure, or with Umen Bwaka and Kun, or with the rest of the guys are running. So my view is that we are applying to the Liberians, and Liberians are the employers. My concern about this is that it appears to me that sometimes the employers do not sometimes understand the details of this function. And that's why sometimes we come to a point where we give people a job and we don't know how to hold them accountable for the job we give them. Because you cannot give me a mechanical job to do for you, and you don't know what you're doing on your vehicle. So obviously we mess it or you won't know. And you will spend your money on big in the garage over and over. That is why the Liberians need to try to understand what is the duty of a president. What are the duties of a president? What should the legislature be doing for us? If the Liberians know that we use that as a benchmark to begin to select their individual representatives and senators and their president. So let me start and let Ambula come in. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Nibi. Ambula?
You know, for me, the way I see it, you're dealing with a complex situation and you want to make it to look simple. You want to simplify a complex political situation so that the people can make choices between 3 different things. So this is how we classify the entire process toward 2023. George Weah's second term is a calamity for Liberia. It's a disaster. He has demonstrated that as president, he's not in control. He has demonstrated that he likes to be president, but in all fairness, he doesn't have the capacity to lead. So a second term for George Weah is a disaster, it's a calamity. The marker, the symptoms of those of the calamity that hangs over Liberia in the George Weah second term have already started showing their face. The Secretary General of the CDC mounts the podium and threatens to move on a minister of government that works to the will and pleasure of the president. He said, if the chairman had not spoken to me, we would have moved on you today.
Yeah, I heard that.
It tells you the recklessness that hangs over our country when these people consolidate power. You will be driving in your car as a minister, group of people will just stop it and say, get down out of it. People will walk to your store and tell you to shut it down when these people consolidate power. You will be government minister, you go to your office and meet a lock, and somebody tell you, say, do not enter. If just in their first term, the Secretary General can threaten the Attorney General of the country, can threaten to move on the Attorney General and the Minister of Transport of the country, it tells you the calamity that hangs over the country. So we categorize George Weah as a calamity that hangs over our country if he's given a second term. How to prevent a calamity? We say Joseph Boakai or Kumi's presidency will prevent the calamity, but it will not significantly solve the country problem. That is the reason why sometimes you want to be moderate with how you deal with them and how you talk to them. Because their presidency, in as much as it will not solve the country problem, but it will prevent a calamity from falling on the country. So you want to be careful. And when we bring in Gonglo, we bring in Gonglo as the solution
to the calamity.
He's not just preventing the calamity. He's not just preventing the calamity, but he's coming to solve a historical problem that no president has solved. So we categorize it like that so that the people can be choosing between a calamity that hangs over the country, whose symptoms they have already started seeing, with Secretary General threatening to move on ministers. So they see that calamity. Then we present the other option as people who get the potential to prevent the calamity, but do not have the track record and the capacity to solve the problem. Then we give them a third category in Councillor Gonglo, who has demonstrated character to solve the problem. So when you categorize the election like that, it makes it easier for our people to choose. And that is why, for me, to Fagon's question or Fagon's concern about we should focus on George Weah, yes, we should focus on George Weah, but we should also distinguish ourselves that yes, Boakai can be president. What he will do for you is he will prevent George Weah calamity. But your bread and butter issue, he will not fight corruption to save money, to build your schools, to give you your jobs. The farmers will not have the opportunity and the resources they need to increase their yield. Young people will not get the job they deserve. But he will prevent a calamity. Cummins will prevent a calamity, but he will not be able to do the needful. Then we'll distinguish ourselves and say, Gonglo will prevent the calamity, but will also solve a historical problem that no president has solved in our country. And that is the fundamental problem that stands between Liberia and prosperity, and that's corruption.
Good. Thank you. Mr. Fagon, you've been listening. And, I asked Nibe and Ambula to follow up on the conversation that you and I were having about, what the opposition. So what are your thoughts? Yes, good. What are you thinking?
The two brothers spoke well. And it boils down to what I said. Because you're not running against JMB. No. That's not whom you're running against. If you take JMB out of the race today, you will still run behind him in the market. If JMB says today, I don't want to be president again, I'm going on my farm, is that where you guys going to be running? There's a guy who is the president right now. And I will start with Debe. Debe said, that's a guy who got the job right now. They put up a bid for his job. So now, everyone has to apply for the job. Instead of applying for the guy's job, it's like you've given a job to JMB already. So, JMB will not do this. JMB will not do that. JMB is not competent. JMB is too old. JMB, no. There's a guy with a job right now. And the guy has said that he would like to maintain the job. He still wants the job. You have to come up and give a reason why this guy should not be allowed to continue. Because remember, the employers had given this guy the job already. He did the job for 6 years. The people came back to you and said, look, it's time for reevaluation. Well, are you going to give the guy the job or not? Will you reevaluate George Weah? Or are you going to keep evaluating Joseph Boakai, and now he's scoring astronomically in all the polls? Because every time you go after Joseph Boakai as a member of the opposition, let me tell you what happens. He was not the president. He was a heartbeat away from the president. He was the vice president, and if you like, deputy. At the time he was there, they borrowed 800 million. We saw most of the things they did with it. We said they were corrupt. We saw the road from Morovia to Bikano, from Morovia to Ganta. They started most of the projects, as you know it. At that time, he was vice president, don't forget. Burger rice was $13. He was paying his employees $150. Gasoline was what? $3.50. So now, the guy who took the job, 6 years, look at what he has done. But I'm saying to you, the members of the opposition, when you come, you should be telling the employers why you think they should take the job from this guy now and give the job to you. And that will create this competitive place within the electoral marketplace. But for now, all focus is on JMB. And because of that, JMB takes the lead. The second point I want to make, my brother talked about symptoms. We all know what symptoms are. There are signs that this thing is happening. This thing is not right. This thing is not looking good. This thing is what is showing that you got diabetes. You got symptoms. You're peeing too much. You're sweating too much. Your mouth is dry. Those are the symptoms. You, doc, you know. But hey, Mama, what we have now is not symptomatic. The disease itself has shown its face. We're not examining this guy for symptoms anymore. Because a man like Albert Peters, Gifty Lama, Bateniswa, Matthew Innes, George Fambutu, it's not symptoms, it's extrajudicial killings. Marvin Early takes a cell phone and say he can't get it. And they order his execution in Tapetanimba County. Say, whatever happened in Grangie there. Another man picks up a pistol. The brother of Zopino, who was an NSA operative, bullets in here from Onaya. Is Zopino brother in jail now? What became of that case? We're not talking about symptoms. We're talking about reality and what is befalling our great nation. Therefore, at this point, in the words of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Joseph Boakai is a representation of the continuity of progress. And in her words, he is the most experienced. I tend to agree with you when you say that he has come to pave the way, because Gonglo and others will likely follow. But I submit to you in my closing that Madam Sirleaf, as she did in 2017, does not want her deputy to succeed her. As a result of that, she is pushing everybody she can find in the race. I sat today and had a conversation with a very young and distinguished gentleman. And he asked me, Fagon, what would have happened if Moniba had chosen Charlene or Sarah Yanti Beslow? I said it would have been a plus. Why? Those are two young ladies. You are representing a new generation. But you already was the Minister of State without portfolio, in direct supervision and charge of the Presidential Delivery Unit of Madam Sirleaf. You also, from LEC down to the least cargo Madam Sirleaf built, you were in charge of all the negotiations. And then you bring Madam Sirleaf's best friend, who was also the best friend of Mary Brown. Then we tie you there. And then you say no. Robbie, I've not introduced his own. But Kumis, you took Charlene. So again, people are seeing the whole place crowded. But all of these people, in my opinion, will be better than the men that we have now. They know how to read and write. They went to school. We saw them in the classroom. We know that even if they say Abdullah Mambe will kill him as soon as we take power, I don't think even they will do that murder like how it's done today. It's not good, but they're mature to understand that Ndebe, Mambe, and Dr. Richardson, they all have a contribution to make to the building of the country. Rather than take a bunch of high school students and commission them as ministers, for which today I'm challenging the whole CDC and the president. 50% of his ministers graduated in the last 2 years. So you see where our problem was, where it is, and where it is headed. So I think we need to focus on the guy that has the job and take him out of the job. So whether Moneyba takes the job, I don't care. I'm going my farm and be my cassava. Congo takes the job, I don't care. He will still call me, little brother, where you can't eat, because he knew me like that. If for any reason Cummins take the job, he probably quit a call a speech, but he will still call me and say, you, so and so and so. These are rational things.
I know what you talking about.
He quit a call a speech, yeah. But at least he will call. He'll say, my man, forget that thing I happy with Finina. But we have a person who, at the end of the day, is looking at things that are done wrongfully and is still doing it. For example, and I close on this note, I promise you it will not be more than 30 minutes. You keep borrowing. You have borrowed more than $1 billion and you got nothing to show for it. You still running to Israel to borrow. They got to stop you. You try to borrow 40 million against the road fund. They got to block you. You still found a way to push it through the budget, 65 million. Can you not see that a group of people are stealing the money under your leadership and bringing it to you and coercing you into believing that these are monies that are free? Which political parties will not pay doctors, will not pay teachers, will not pay Civil 7 the actual money that they're earning, but they're buying motorbikes for each county, 250 pickup trucks, and spreading money around. I submit you have one target, and that is Josh Weah. Every time you call it name JMB, you add 10 votes to him. I make it 11, and I control the train.
Okay, Mr. Conductor. You know, I really appreciate the views of Debe and Abdullah. I have
because I said Kumi's quit to call her speech now. She said I ought to she let she said I ought not two of you because I said Kumi quit to call speech. You said I in that offensive class. You told anything about Kumi's minus 10.
No, it's not true. You know, I'm very objective about the whole situation. It's just that I like what they said, and I you are on this show, so I always appreciate what you say, especially when you draw in the contrast between the Weah's government and your candidate. Okay, but Nebe said that this is a job that has many applicants. That's how I like to look at it. Okay, and we have to assess the applicants and see who's the best fit, who can do the job better. In Ambula's words, he said, who can prevent the calamity? Mine is that I think I can review all the applicants and say, okay, this person is I can see this person doing a great job. I can see this person needing a little bit more of a training. I can see this person, So I'll have first choice, second choice, and last choice. And there'll be applicants that will completely eliminate. That's how I see it. So I know for sure, and I know this is where Mr. Fakon, you and I, and many people may disagree with me. I have difficulty, And I'm only saying this because of my love for Liberia. It's not a personal thing. I have difficulty looking at Joseph former Vice President Joseph Boakai, and even making him one of the applicants for the job. And simply because I don't think that over all these years of governmental experience, he had just experience. I don't see him as having any significant leadership experience. I don't see, and I've seen this when I look at his relationship with Ellen, who selected him to be her vice president, and her not even giving him any kind of reference. I'm troubled by that. When I see Nukwe, who he selected as his vice running mate during the last election, going to endorse CDC now, I'm also troubled by that. When I look at different documentations of what did he contribute to Liberia, I struggle to find something significant for all those years he's been in politics. So this is my problem with saying that Buckeye can be president of Liberia. I will tell you this. I was just telling before you guys came on. Last night I was reading a little bit, and I was surprised to find out that Vice President Buckeye owned two companies. They call them Lusu Resource Company, LUSU, and iGrow Machines. I don't know what these companies do. He has never spoken about it, how profitable or not profitable they were. And I think all of this type of information will help me make a more informed decision about it. So I think that there's candidates or applicants I can eliminate, and then also work on the target, which is to unseat Mr. Weah. But I don't want to unseat President Weah just for the sake of unseating him. So that's my thought on that.
So can I tell you? You say you don't see why Madam Sirleaf will not want her VP to be president, and I can understand, because you know what? If you were in the position, you probably would have let your VP continue. And she said it in a video, which we played with her own lips, that he is the most experienced. She wants him for continuity. Well, what changed? Why she don't want him to be vice president now?
That's a good question.
Why does she not want him to be president?
That's a good question. What do you think changed? Do you have any ideas?
I'll tell you some of the things that changed. Mm-hmm. I am from Bomi. I am a day man. LMC came and took out all our iron ore. The small one I left, my alien know what happened. They sold 49% to Western Cluster. Who owns the 51%? Whoa! So JMB becomes president.
Let me hold you right. Let me just hold you right there. I know you have more to say, and then we'll go on to our Libet and Ambula. So my thing about that, my thoughts about that is that JMB was there. He was in the cabinet meetings. He was.
No, it happened recently with George Weah.
So he said George Weah allowed Ellen to take.
Ellen herself did not allow the people to take the mountain. The company, everything was negotiated on her. Give me a chance, I will explain it to you.
And that's why
we don't have a long time.
But that's why I want to hold. This is why I want to elaborate for me.
And I want to go to different things.
So an elaboration that I want you to do right now is, under Ellen's regime, you just said that the company was negotiated. My point is, Vice President Buckeye was part of this government. He was there.
And during his time there, no company came to mind the old. They didn't damage our role like they have done. They didn't make all the deals and not give us our share. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. But who owns our 41% and 51%? On the Buckeye will know. Farmington was given 30 years, tax-free. At the end of the day, you think it need to be like that? Royal, all Golden Verolium, MMG Gold.
Okay, let me, Mr. Fakon.
But I just one aspect. Let me just finish quickly.
Yes,
and maybe you get something you'll tell me.
Yes.
Here is what it is. You used to sit here and say 66 bogus agreement.
Yes, correct.
And you say he presided over the Senate.
Correct. That's what it comes
Again, those are all who study government and politics. You can preside, but you can't vote. And the minority will have their say. That includes you. But the majority will have their way. If they vote to have it, nothing you can do about it. It's just like the 65 million. So yes, he was there. But when 16 or 18% vote, you got king to say, it shall pass. And Abdullah Mame admitted to you that there were inducements during the Ford era, during Eleanor era. So we'll not go there. What I'm trying to say to you is this. President Salif does not want him to be president. In my opinion, before they say that Baka spokesman, Mo Ali that is spokesman for them, me, I am a supporter. In my opinion, if Baka becomes president today, Dr. Francine, you will see money in Liberia like you've never seen. You will see companies coming like never before. Investors will run to Liberia because that boy you saw putting the poor for Kush, $100 million worth of drug scheme. 4 weeks later, another $40 million worth of drugs entered the country. No one is accountable for it. Under Obaka presidency, do you see that happening? Whether Kumis or Gonglo, I don't care. The man that is there right now is Slack. And I came with that man. And when we came, Madam Shelley should not have been in the picture. But he worked with Madam Shelley through a power sharing agreement. I know that, and I have proven it many times. Vani Salif, who is the Minister of Internal Affairs, he came with us. You are a member of the opposition? No, we met him there. Madam Shelley said he should stay there. Eugene Nangbe, what information? We met him there. Madam Shelley said he should stay there. Zianka and Heme were at the place, defense. Madam Shelley said they must stay there. The deputy to former Salif, PSC, was at NSA. Madam Shelley said he should stay there. Should I continue? I get over 15 more.
No, we gotta give.
So you see, at the end of the day, I'm telling you, she was able to pull this president by the nose.
And what did she do to Buckeye? Why did she pull him?
Hey, Buckeye's job, the Constitution described it.
No.
He performed his job. That today nobody can say he stole money. He's a very straight man. You play for where he can jail Unson. He don't even care. You must follow the law to the letter. The reason why they don't want him to be president, unlike George Weah, who gave her 80% grade and refused to audit her, they are aware that when Baga becomes president, from day one, audit will begin for all governments before him, including himself. And so the world will know the truth.
Dr. Francine?
Yes. Ambula, can we go to Debe first and then we'll come to you?
Okay.
Debe, please go ahead and speak your thoughts about what you heard so far.
Right now Liberia is at a crossroad when it comes to leadership. We are having serious leadership crisis, and that's why we have this election. And the Liberian people who are the employers, in my view, have to be very mindful, very careful, very patient, not to rush, to give, careful look at all of the candidates, whether at the legislature, and both at legislature and the presidency, to be able to know how they can elect or select the next public servant. And leadership is about solving problems. That's key to leadership. So the first of all, we're looking at what are the problems that we are faced with now as Liberians that will inform our decision as to who we elect as our president, vice president, and senators and representatives. That's one thing we're looking at here. Do you want to win, or you want a leadership that will address your problems? If the issue is just to win, then that's the problem. Just to win? Is that what you want to win? That's a problem. So the electorate shouldn't be worried about winning. Should be worried about who will they put in charge of the state that will begin to address their problems immediately. And those problems got to be known by them first. So what are the problems that Liberian people know they have? They are looking among the current applicants for the job, that they will select who to do the job for them. You know, Brother Falcon said, you know, if JMB wins now, immediately, you know, money will come to the country. I mean, I was shocked. So what are the elements that constitute an immediate attraction to the Liberian society that will begin to bring investment in the country? These are the issues that the electorate want to know.
Yes.
And I will let us discuss that. So Liberian people got problem. There's unemployment, that's a problem. There's social disorder, that's a problem. There's a complete breakdown of law and order. I mean, right now in Monrovia, when you leave your home, you are in chaos that you get back home. You are in chaos. If you have a clear antidote in the traffic, in the interaction with people, it's like everybody is traumatized. And Francis, that's one thing I think you people who have these skills in mental health issues, social issues, you need to play serious role into how we respond to our society. Seriously, sometimes it feels like the country is cursed. Sometimes your interaction with people in the street or in the community or even in your workplace, you wonder what's happening. I mean, everyone in the country is tense. To tell a person, don't go that way, you'll get hurt, they will fight you. An example, while coming here, this cyclist parked his car, parked his motorcycle in the driveway and speaking to another person on the side. And I approached him. He said, "Oh man, go out when the road is big." So I drove close by. I said, "Oh man, it's not about the road is big. You gotta be safe. Park your bicycle along with the cars that are parked here so you are safe and keep your conversation. When you are through, you get back and go. Why you want to park here and send it back? Why is someone coming from somewhere on an emergency and they hate you?" And now he stood for long and said, "Oh, Papa, sorry." He parked better. So, I mean, the problems we have here will tell us who we should elect to be our next leaders in the next 6 years that will address these problems, that will find the best Liberians that will come to support. No one leader in this country will take power and say, "I'll solve the problem." You gotta have the ability to map up the best Liberians that will come and work in the government, that will be accountable, and that will be able to implement the duties of their function. So, I mean, the issue is, if Brother Falcon says that if his team wins the election, there will be an immediate influx of money in the country. How would that happen?
I will answer that.
Okay.
I know you. I know you.
Let's go to my man.
So, Dr. Francine and Johnny, drawing on your position or using your analogy of giving a job or conducting interview to hire somebody for a job, I want us to take a step a little bit back and look at what is the job. What is this job?
Very good.
Let's identify the job, and then we try to measure the candidate's ability to do the job.
You're right.
So
Yes.
we have what has been happening in Liberia over and over, for which we can make progress as a country, is because we have not been able to put the job on the table. We have been making wrong diagnosis of our problem. So all the solutions are not working. Talk about any policy, agriculture policy, job creation strategy, foreign direct investment, government loan for business people. We've been doing that since 1847. I listened to Mr. Kumi say you will create loans, you will create soft loans for business people. I'm like, Mr. Kumi, this is not anything new. Charles Taylor Daly, Ellen Johnson, Sally Daly, Ben Savin, and other people that took the loan, they didn't pay. George Weah Daly, see the other report on our loan program from the Ministry of Commerce. It's disturbing. So I come into the job.
I mean, I want you mentioned Mr. Cummings' name, and let me just correct you in a second. Okay?
I said I only played with my understanding for you. You said
No
I in that
problem.
class.
So when you say what would be different? Okay, the difference is that there will be rules put in place in terms of how you get the loan. It's not going to be an individual thing as opposed to an institutionalized thing. And that's why I think the difference is we're not going to say because I know you, you are Mr. Mame, or you work so and so place and you've been coming for so time, so we're going to give you the loan. We're going to make sure that everybody gets, Mr. Cummings is going to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to get the loan. So go ahead.
So my point is, the historical failure has not been as a result of no rules. There were rules for the loans that Ben Sanvi and other people took and they didn't pay. There were rules for the loan that George Weah provided. So the point I'm driving at is, there is this job that we have not placed on the table. We keep dodging around, and for which is the main problem. Liberia problem is corruption.
One. We need a president that
that is the fundamental problem. What is standing between Liberia and prosperity is corruption. All the policies you can bring, when they go into implementation, corruption destroys them. People spend money that should build 500 kilometers of road and only build 100 kilometers of road. Corruption. Loans intended for small business people lending in the hand of government officials and politicians. Corruption. So corruption is our problem. All around the world, when countries are faced with challenges, they identify their best minds and best brains to go and solve those problems. Correct. When America is faced with war and threats of war, they identify among themselves who has the ability to be a president to confront war. And I can give you examples. Recently in Brazil, the entire war is talking about environmental issues and climate change. You have a President Bolsonaro who cares less about environmental issues, even though the economy was performing. They replace him with Lula da Silva, because Lula da Silva is a champion for the environment. In Kenya, recently, Raila Odinga is known as a grassroots activist who fought for change. But the people of Kenya are not so much concerned about activists fighting for change. They need people who understand governance. So in as much as Odinga was popular, they rejected him for Raila Ruto. His story in Ghana, when Ghana was fighting for independence, they needed people who needed to mobilize grassroots actors and fight. You saw who they elected as their president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. When things were going out of order, they brought in a military leader to stabilize. Today, they are not voting military leaders. Today, they are not voting people like Kwame Nkrumah. They are voting people who understand international diplomacy and governance. Liberia problem is corruption. The best person with the track record, experience, and capability to fight corruption is Gonglo.
Yeah.
So now we know the problem. Why don't we take the best among us to confront the problem?
Very good, Mami. So I'm going to hold you right there before we go on to Falcon, who's going to expand on what you just said. So if we take one job requirement for the presidency, according to, I think we all can agree, is to fight corruption. We need someone who can decrease the opportunities for people to steal. We won't say corruption, like a fancy word, for people to steal in the government. Okay, that's what you're saying. Now, you believe that Gonglo, and I'll come back to you to tell us why do you think Gonglo is the right person to curb corruption in the government, to stop stealing so that the money can go to the people instead of turning to people. So, Mr. Fagon, I'm going to ask you the same question here. We just developed at least one job requirement. We said that the person who is going to lead the country must be able to fight corruption, decrease opportunities for people to steal the Liberian people money. And then, so I want you to maybe answer that by either telling us ways in which you think, the candidate that you support can decrease corruption, and expand on saying how you think your candidate will bring in investor, because Nibe is interested in saying, in hearing. Nibe is interested in hearing.
Debe, just say,
Leave me alone. I don't speak Kisi. I don't speak Loma. I don't speak nothing like that. So I'm doing my best here to pronounce the name. When I pronounce it, when he will car coming, if I say Nibe, he ain't like it, then he must stay there, let the car come. Okay.
Oh, you hear it for yourself. I want you.
One of my sister-in-law.
Yes. So if I'm going to talk about, so you say by the time your fight for some pocket power, the money will just flow in the country. We ourselves be surprised. So then, how do you think he faced the job requirement?
Very well. First of all, you must look at Liberia in the context of the socio-economic and political well-being of the people. Under those three tenets, then you can break it down under the politics, under the political aspect, the economic aspect, and the social aspect. And if I take all three of them, I will kind of look like a professor here, which I don't want to do. What I want to do is tell you, first and foremost, before going to the job requirement, let's take with what Ndebe said first quickly. Ndebe, in order for money to flow into the country, you first of all have to do an assessment of what you have as a nation. You got oil, you got timber, you got gold, you got diamond, you got natural forests, you got water, you got swamps, you got everything that other nations that are flourishing today does not have. You have it all. So why are you poor? You must ask yourself such question. Why can't you not feed yourself? When you find the answers to those, you will find out that you are way behind. So what's the first thing you're going to do? Is to provide for security. When you provide for security, the first thing you do is provide for security. That is, people will feel like, I got 1 billion. I think I'm okay investing in Liberia because my funds will be secure. The next thing you want to do is to create the atmosphere to attract those people. And to do that, you must do what? Flush out the #1 menace in the country, which is corruption. How do you do that? It's by the complete rule of law. Who's supposed to go to jail, go to jail. Who's stole, go to jail. Who's asking for bribes? I'm bringing 1 million in the country. Then you tell me to give 500,000. I'm looking like junk. When will I make my money? Once you do that, you must develop the human resource capacity of the country and respect those who have the capacities already, like Dr. Francine, like Mambe, like you. Look at you, you data man, you did the geographic thing. They just don't even know your name. It means the man who qualified, who went to school for it, must sit down. For the guy who from the CDC, Wilma, who has zero experience to take the job. Now, the fourth thing here we must do is value our resources. And then use our raw materials with value-added perspective. What do I mean? You can't eat our rubber, but you can't get our condom.
We're talking about the job description. We're talking about the job description.
I'm coming to that. The question he asked is what I'm answering. Remember, he said, how are you going to make these people run here with the money? Don't worry, you gave one job description, you said corruption, right? If that won't track record, I won't get. So if I won't fight corruption, like bro, will be better. You gave one. I come here, I will get you some. But that's the way, that's part of the way saying Mame is anxious to get this. Then let me go to him small. Say now, 75 goes on your own. And I lecture here, you ain't paying that the friends can -10. You're free.
You get a BB talking business.
Let's go to the job description.
Yes.
Let's push aside.
Let's
push aside the Constitution and be practical.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. President will be the chief executive of the country. the Constitution guarantees. He will run the affairs of the country, encapsulating the 3 branches of government. It will require leadership. Number 1. He's shaking his head. He's shaking. Don't be that way. You go to the wall, you won't part the wall. It will require strong leadership. It will require the chief executive officer of the government, who by constitutional ratings is the chief law enforcement officer. Mommy, remember this guy telling you must go to a CCTV camera? It will also require a person who understands how government runs. We have 3 separate branches of government, don't forget. The judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. Every day they meet inside the legislature as if to say, yeah, no checks and balance, as the Constitution says. It will require not only those 3 attributes, but also a person with a heart of patriotism. And that's what Boyka says, think Liberia, love Liberia,
Okay.
build Liberia.
Okay.
A president who loves his country, lead a country for 48 days. He went on a 3-day working visit to Israel. He not cancer, man.
I didn't see anything yet. I know.
And somebody was telling me, I know Jackie Appiah having something in Ghana. I know. But you have to love your country. You have to be able to say, we are a wealthy country, and there must be some form of equity. You cannot take me. The Constitution says equal work for equal pay. And then you pay me $45. And you're looking at me as if to say I am nothing. But I will say to you, those qualities, those attributes, those things that form part, and I'm happy you need corruption. But let's look at the social contract. Water, electricity, education,
We'll come to
agriculture, healthcare. That is why the guy I support, everybody know him among all the candidates. Nobody can come close to him with agricultural business. He will destroy you like nothing before. Now, let's look at education. My man, people like you should be teaching.
Mr. Falcon, we want to stick with just one job requirement because we don't have the time to go into all of them.
Now, from a political standpoint,
the job
I said that he shall be responsible for the socio-economic and political welfare of the country. Then I decided to break it down, but it will take from now until tomorrow in this class. So then I just call it small for you.
So how, and I'm just going to throw this question out, and we'll come, and please marinate on it, we'll come back to you.
We'll marinate, we'll put it on the grill?
Yeah, we'll put it on the grill for July and pass it. So you know, it could be argued, okay, that the fact that Vice President Boyka, the candidate that you support, was a part of Ellen's government, and she admitted that corruption was a cancer in her government. She couldn't fight it. So it could be argued that your candidate might struggle with eliminating corruption or eliminating opportunities for corruption to occur. And secondly, I'm just putting a marinade on this, okay? Because I'm going to move on. Let other guys argue the question, and I'll come and argue why I believe my candidate can curb corruption. And then secondly, when we talk about the investment issue as well, I just want, I don't know the facts about this. However, it could also be argued that the fact that MDR is associated with your candidate, it may be difficult for investors to come into our country. I just put it out there, okay? Please respond to it when I get back to you. Nebe, how do you think?
Nebe!
Leave me alone.
Okay, wait. We're going to settle that thing. Say in La Brand, we say bebe. Just say bebe.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm
say
telling you this, man.
Bebe.
When I knew, my husband said when we knew the man Boma, it was Nebe. Okay?
Huh?
Am I wrong? Isn't that how they used to call your family Nebe?
Yeah.
Okay.
But what the right way to call it?
It's Ndebe.
Ndebe. That's what I'm
Ndebe.
telling you.
No, come on. It is not it's just Ndebe.
That's what I'm saying. Ndebe.
Very
Ndebe.
good. Very good. You got it right, Fagon. When you got it right, I was saying Daloka, Fagon. I was saying Daloka, you got it right. I was saying Daloka.
Dollar scratch car.
Yeah.
You must send me orange. Don't send me a Loon Star, because any money you buy from that thing, you can go to UA for you to be causing trouble.
So, and
Okay,
then one more last thing. Sorry, David, before I want to say, one
Hey,
last-
she got it correct, David. Hey, yeah. You got to clap for yourself.
Yes, let me clap for myself. Yes, David, one more last thing. Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Falcon, that this government, when it comes to corruption, when we look at that job description, what we have already set up, is the worst. Okay, we see areas of corruption all over. Last night when I heard the $65 million was not even in the first budget, it disappeared to appear. It made me think that it is not only unethical, it is illegal, and some corruption happened. So that's just one example of thousands of other examples that we can give that corruption happened. Go ahead, David.
So, I mean, the issue of corruption has been one of the main reasons that have been given to us during the history of Liberian politics. When I think the progressives or some group came in the 70s, they said the government was corrupt. When we had a coup in 1980, rampant corruption was a key message they gave to Liberian people. 1990, corruption was also part of it. I mean, all our elections, all our political struggles have been about corruption. And everyone has come, Madam Sadi called corruption public enemy number one when she took over. As before her departure, she said her attempt to cancel. So it grew from being public enemy number one in 12 years, it turned to cancer. So where are the medical doctors that will take the cancer out of this society? So are the Liberians concerned about corruption? Do they really know corruption is an issue for them? Do they really know that corruption is an issue that is causing even the brain drain? Do you know why most Liberians want to go get an American visa to go to America or other places? Corruption is a factor, because that means the country is poorly managed. The young people can't see themselves succeeding in the country. Young people vision a lot like far from Morovia, far from Liberia. But now corruption was considered as cancer by the government of Madam Sadi over 12 years. Up to now, I've not heard what President Weah government has said about corruption. And by again, the public perception of corruption about President Weah government is high. And in as much as Liberian people do not benefit from social infrastructure development, and someone comes and say, the reason why you're not getting water to your house, the current is not stable, or school fees are high, or we got bad roads, is corruption. Of course, the people will believe it. You understand? But Liberians need to know that if corruption is an issue, how do we address corruption? So are we seeing the crowd that we see at various political rallies, even my own political rally we had defeated? Are they coming because they want to fight corruption, or they coming because they want to wear t-shirts, or they want to come and eat or something? What are they coming for? What's the mindset of the Liberian people when it comes to leadership? So the intellectuals, the few of us intellectuals, will sit, reflect, read literature from the past to present, and say corruption is an issue. Because if corruption is an issue, then we got rule of law is another issue. Everybody drive anyway, and nobody does anything. In fact, in this country, the person who does the wrong thing is the one that is elevated. A few weeks back, I had a problem with the police right around where we are right now, around this Oro and Concordat Barrow. I'm driving in the queue, driving slowly. The other guys took the opposite lane. And we all converged at the intersection, and the policeman decided to stop us that were in the queue and let the people to the bar, the who violated, to go ahead of us. And I stopped the car and said, officer, why are you doing this? We are the one that law abiding. The guy who took the opposite lane should park there and get a ticket. These are the issues we have here. But how many Liberians know that these things are issues for us? So the wrong thing has become so rampant until it has turned real. So right now in Liberia, you do the right thing, say you are fool. I mean, not Syria, Israel there. You'll be there. You say you will sit on Israel. That's it. That's the story here. So all of us, like I tell most of my colleagues when we're talking around, we have to ensure that we move around in our own communities, young boys, young girls, old people. We will know better. We will understand. Let's help people to understand some of the issues. It will inform us about how we make decisions. You understand? So the leadership crisis we got here is not small. That's why that Moniba has always said to people that no one person will come and say, I will build this country. We Liberians have to agree that this country must be great and we have to play a part to build it. And to build it, we should agree to be loyal about it. You know, I was in a conversation, I work on justice issue too in Liberia. And I had this American fellow who was discussing rule of law. So I asked him, which rule of law? He said, Johnny, what do you mean? I said, which rule of law? Because my angle was, I come from a traditional background. I know that if you go to a pure traditional village, there's rule of law there. Everybody knows what to do in that village, in that town. But now, the urban impact on the rural community now is making things bad. If a man comes from the interior and wants to do the right thing in Morovia, they say, man, like better man. The man who knows better, who knows to live the right way, is a man like better man. You will come and
David, let me say something. How your candidate will address this thing that we all identify as the major problem, corruption.
Correct.
Thank you. So here's one. He himself has lived and worked in showing that he gave account to himself. Wherever he has worked, he has been accountable. He has ensured that no one takes what does not belong to them. I mean, the few years he spent with Madam Sadi government, wherever he functioned, the records are there for him. I mean, every trip he went on to negotiate on behalf of Liberia, he paid no attention to someone giving him bribe for any action. He ensured that whatever was agreed by the Liberian government that he was having oversight to ensure that it was constructed or implemented, he made sure that every action that was listed to be done, he followed up on it. And he believed that people must give account for what they do. That is why he has always said to Liberian people, to even the current government, my office is there. My records are there. Go and audit my office. Audit everything I did in the government. Because equally so, when we take power, we are going to audit by the law say. In as much as the law allows, we can go as far back as 10, 15 years. We will conduct audit and we empower the anti-corruption team to conduct investigation and prosecute people for that. People have to go to jail for committing crime. And he always says, by the time you take an action against an individual in government for corruption, and that person is found guilty, that person is sent to jail, that person's property is confiscated and used for state function, everybody else will take you.
Okay.
Liberian people, they had to learn, but they quit the foreign instruction.
So, Debe, I hear you saying two things. One is your candidate will I guess, ask Liberian people to participate in respecting the rule of law. It's not just your candidate will fight corruption, but he's going to ask people, the Liberians, to join him to respect the rule of law in the country. And again, just like I said earlier to Mr. Fagon, would it be fair that it could be argued that the fact that your candidate worked in the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's government, that it's possible that he can be associated with corruption as well? So I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. So we talk about corruption. Yes.
Let me respond quickly. I mean, that's why since they're taken over by President Weah government, that the Moniba has been Liberia consistently. And like Eugene Fagon was saying, Madam Sirleaf, asked Mr. Weah to keep individuals, certain people in government. And that also helped to even clarify that Madam Sirleaf and Moniba issue, Eugene himself statement has proven that Sirleaf has no influence over Moniba. Otherwise, she would have asked President Weah, as he is saying as well, to keep Moniba to work in the government at the same level or some level. But Modiba left, as Mansari left, Modiba left. He has been in this country running the Modiba Foundation and working for his people. In fact, he has been providing a required support, providing seeds, helping people to come together to form cooperative in Lofa and other places to make farm, produce food and other items. So Modiba is still here. So Eugene Fagbon was with CDC. Why didn't he insist while he was in government, in cabinet, whatever, that we should conduct audit on the Manasseh government for 12 years? You understand? Nobody, I mean, it is not Eugene saying that. But Eugene was in the government, so I told the government we need to conduct audit.
He said that.
Come again?
He said that. I remember him saying that.
Eugene said that to the government, to his government. Okay, so then he said that.
Okay.
I did not hear that. But I'm just saying to you that the Modiba office is still there, his documents are there, all his turnover those he make are there. They can be audited, they can be reviewed, and he's open for investigation.
Okay, Tibi. Welcome, Stanton, to the show. I'm just going to give Ambula. I really want him to answer this question where we have discovered that one of the job requirements for the presidency is to curb corruption. Somebody who will decrease opportunities for people to steal Liberian people money. And we're now at the place where Ambula is going to tell us what makes his candidate the best person for curbing corruption in Liberia.
So well, why you brought other men on after 6 o'clock? Show up?
I bring on you just show up by yourself. I don't bring on you to show up by yourself.
Because I'm hearing Debbie saying that his chairman stand-up bearer office is there for everyone to go and pay because it's a museum, and they're waiting.
I beg you, please.
What kind of story is that? So you're turning the office into a museum now?
They're selling Adika.
And you're selling all the pictures and furnitures and paraphernalia. So come on, just stop joking with Liberian people, man. Your greatest mistake was that Clarence Modiba decided to run with Grace Kwan.
So you want to issue with me now?
Let me finish. I just come on the show. Give my 2 seconds.
But who called you here?
No, but wait. Let me finish. Because Mami and myself, Mami said I'm a talk small. Let me finish.
Oh, Lord.
Let me finish. Your greatest mistake, the greatest mistake that Clarence Modiba made, Dato, to take his grandma for VP.
What you call grandma?
No, let me finish. Let me have my time. Man, why are you interrupting me, man? Let me have my time.
Eugene, let us understand. I mean, that Eugene said, Center.
Why you going to Eugene? So you don't want to recognize me? Don't you want to recognize me?
I use that.
Let me say something to you, right? Listen, when Madame Salif spoke, when she spoke to Clarence.
When?
But man, let me finish. Let me lay my story. Stop asking me questions. Yeah, I also bring a picture up. Mama gave me only 10 seconds. So let me use Mama 10 seconds. When he had a meeting with Madam President, Madam Salif, he should have said no to her. I'm not sure it's fine.
They were at the end of May.
Yeah, he should have said no to her. You know why? The very Sarah Beslo Yanti was going to be a good VP pick to Clarence Modiba. A young, prepare them for 2029. The whole ticket right now is mismanaged. Anything you do, you go up, you come down. You will beg Edward for a time and a season to give you his blessing. That whole ticket is there upon arrival. I can't wait to interview Clarence Modiba. I just can't. Mistake. Why did Richardson run away to? That was one of his greatest mistakes.
The picking cancer.
This mistake. He shouldn't have done it. Respect to our Oma, our grandma Grace Kwan. Respect to her. But that was one of his greatest mistakes. Why would you take that baggage? Liberians need to listen. You come in as a clean man or young man, well learned. Then you go back to take, you eat, I eat, you chop, I chop. Why would you do that? Even if the story is not right, you shouldn't have done it. Now she got to defend herself. Now he got to defend her. Now you get Edward fall on your neck and say the woman ate the $261,000. The woman came on the show. She said she didn't authorize the bank account. We have Abdullah here. The man, Abdullah, the man that said, yes, you authorized it. I can recognize the check. We have Sylvester Lamont. He took the check to the bank. This is not a joke. We need to speak truth to power. If you want to be a president, you got to think. You got to understand. And I think Clarence, Dr. Moriba made the greatest mistake in his political life. And that ticket, say what you want to say. It's time to stop, unless if I go. It's time to do process of elimination. So on they planted small ticket and I must start eliminating them. Seriously. There's small ticket and we should start eliminating them.
So you want to eliminate Congo ticket?
So we can I come to Gongo right now. I come to Gongo. No, Mama, sit down. Sit down.
We can go back. We can go back to the main topic. And
no, that's the main topic. No, that's the main topic we on. Don't you say? No, Mama, why you say no? You're not moderating. That's the main topic we on. Hold on 1 minute. Let's face it, Mama. You have your time. They won't say Gongo. What I saw today, I think he made a mistake. Mama, forget about Noka. We'll come to Noka later on.
Santon.
Hey,
Santon. 1 minute.
Hey,
1 minute,
okay,
Santon.
Y'all talk together. I will go back.
1 minute.
No.
1 minute, Santon. 1 minute.
No. Both of y'all from the other side. I'm a neutral man.
Let's conclude the trend we started with. Then we can go to all the other topics about the rally, about all the other things.
No.
Yeah.
The woman said I'm going to try and talk, so don't say we conclude.
Yeah,
but who am I talking to? Who am I talking to? Your man Jordan, who you talking to? Look at this guy.
So Santon.
The election finished, man.
The two candidates, one from Boakai, one from Dr. Moniba, have responded on how their candidate intend to address what we describe as job description of corruption. It is my turn. Let me explain. Then we can go to the crowd issue. We can go to all the other issues. But it will not be fair to me to have respond on all the other.
Mommy, you are right. We will now give you 30 seconds to respond because I used 30 seconds of your time.
30 seconds? No, that's it, man. My man won't came out with a job description for us.
So to corruption.
I mean, Johnny, don't say anything yet because your man decided to carry grandma for VP. Don't say anything yet, Johnny. Yeah, that what kind of ticket? You bring a 40-year-old man and a 64-year-old woman. What kind of ticket is that? I'm gonna start talking with that drug, man.
You interrupting mommy.
I'm sorry, mommy. Go ahead. Mommy so send me some documents, so let me you. Go ahead, mommy.
But on the most serious note, we all agree that corruption is the standing block between Liberia and prosperity. But one thing we've not have an appreciation of the magnitude of corruption. So when you know the magnitude of corruption, then you decide who can fight it. In our society, when they appoint you today as a minister or deputy minister or assistant minister, your families, your friends, depending on where you come from, will tell you, my man, that job you get, don't forget about yourself. They are telling you to go and steal. You live in a community where you don't have a house, you rent, but you appointed in government in less than 6 months, you build big compound. The pastor, if you are Christian, will come in our compound and tell you, say, the place you get the money from, let God make you get moved from there. If you are Muslim, the imam will come and tell you the place you get the money from, let God make you get moved from there. When they know you stole the money. So the tax of corruption is huge. The way Gongo intends to address that is a way that have never happened in Liberia. We intend to fight corruption through what we refer to as the character and the lifestyle audit. Historically, all these sweet words from Fagon, leadership, All the sweet word from Johnny empower the anti-corruption institution. All the sweet word from Kumi will empower anti-corruption institution and give them the money to fight corruption. These things have been happening years in, years out, and we've not been able to address the problem. So the new approach we bring in to address corruption is the lifestyle audit. And that's why Gonglo is committed to. What is the lifestyle audit? We're not waiting for you to steal and build all your horses and before somebody take you to court. If you come to government, we announce your salary. In 6 months, if we see you building a house that doesn't commensurate with your income,
you know what advising Gonglo to do that?
That is written in Gonglo's campaign manifesto. I'm not advising him.
Okay.
That is written in his campaign manifesto that the solution to fuel Liberia corruption problem is through lifestyle audit, and not to wait for people to steal before you start and running after them. So that approach is unique, it's different. And that's the reason why Liberians should trust him to give him the authority to fight corruption. Because all the other approaches people explain here, we've tried them, they failed. And nobody is thinking outside the box on what's the new way to approach this corruption issue.
So
Okay.
as the moderator,
Can I come in?
Yeah, you're coming once again. Mame, so as the moderator, once again, it could be argued that in previous situation, Gonglo did not address corruption issues. There were situations, in Nimakante involving his sister, and he did not speak or address that. It could also be argued that the reason why we have asset declaration in the law and the reason why people do asset declaration in the country is to do a lifestyle audit. But that has not been implemented. So what you are saying also is not new. So I'm just giving everybody their own things to merit.
Yeah, seriously, Dr. Richardson, you're right. And we'll bring Mame back on that thing. But another question for Mame, Dr. Richardson, is that you are at Nokal. You were saying all this sweet plenty with Gonglo. But you were at Nokal. You knew exactly what was happening at Nokal. The Israel Kinsaya that took you there, the Rabbi Salif, they enriched themselves. You got good pay from Nokal. Did you resign? So you were there to the end of the term, though. And now you're telling us that you're supporting Gonglo because you'll be fighting corruption? The voice we are hearing right now, what was that voice when you were serving under Rabbi Salif? What was that voice when the people said that Rabbi Salif and the other folks to whom you pledge your allegiance to, they were giving the lawmakers bribe, as you said yesterday? Did you resign, Mame? How can we believe that you advise in Terwon Gonglo the right way? How can we believe that you are even supporting Terwon Gonglo with sincerity, since you're talking about corruption? Where is the you will respond. Let me finish. No, seriously. Let's be serious for a minute. And maybe help me out. But where is the Nokal 30 million that went in vain? Where is the Nokal responsibility that Madam Salif took upon herself and said, I'm responsible? But it didn't help the country, though. Millions of dollars went in breeze. Where you work, Mame. And now you are on Team Gonglo. Talk to us.
So to respond to your question, I'll respond to it in two folds. One, like I can say and always said, people who support Gonglo, Liberians across the country and even all the presidential candidates that he competes with, do not have the mustard seed of character and commitment to fight corruption that Gonglo has. People are not supporting Gonglo.
Is that ready?
People are not supporting Gonglo. People are not supporting Gonglo to be president. I'm not supporting Gonglo to be president. Like I'm saying, I am not contesting.
I'm asking you as an individual, as a Liberian. Pause a little bit. Let me help you with the question. As an individual, a Liberian, you serve in the government that bankrupt the entire nation, especially your entity, Nokal. I need your attention, sir. I know you're looking on your cell phone. But let's just be serious for a minute. You say all the sweet thing about Terwon Gonglo. with your job and reputation at the time, do you think you the right man to speak for Tewan Gonglo?
The first,
Because you served in the government that stole from the Liberian people, that destroyed Nokal. Honor your boss, Israel Akasaya, Robert Salif. How can you help Liberians understand you better, my mate?
The first misinformation that you have been misled to communicating is that Nokal went bankrupt. That's lie. Nokal did not go bankrupt. The evidence is there that Nokal did not go bankrupt. And if you want to have, I come in. And if you want to have that discussion extensively, I can go back to the file and bring the evidence and go to the GSC report and go to Nokal website. Nokal did not go bankrupt. That's one. Two, there was no 30 million missing at Nokal. That's lie. Yes, there are strong evidence and concern about corruption and mismanagement at Nokal. I agree.
That's how much? How
yes.
much?
How much is the amount?
You make your correction now. We got no time. It's not you on my session. Mama, relax.
So the only way you can know,
Abula, relax. How much? Abula, relax. We understand all that sweet talking you're talking. We want to keep it simple.
No, it's not sweet talk.
But hold on now, Mame.
There was not go bankrupt.
Mame, there was massive corruption at Nokal. Madam Seli took responsibility. Whether you took 5 cents or you took 100 million, there was corruption at Nokal. My question to you, forget the amount. Whether it was massive or it was on a minimal level, she took responsibility of something. Her son, Robert Salif, was to blame. Folks you work with. Do you think, my question to you, Mohammed, you have any right, since you didn't advise Robert Salif, since you didn't resign, since you didn't talk to your boss, Israel Akasaya, you enjoy it, you went through it, you reap the benefit thereof. Why are you now telling us about the goodness of Tewan Gonglo? Should we trust you?
So that's what I said. The foundation of your question is based on falsehood. Nokal did not go bankrupt. There was no 30 million missing at Nokal.
Was there corruption at Nokal?
So what I'm saying to you
was there corruption at Nokal?
My response to that question is
was there corruption at Nokal?
My response to that question is my disappointment in George Weah to not have audited Nokal.
Was there corruption at Nokal? Forget George Weah.
Only an audit report.
Forget George Weah. You worked at the entity. Was there any corruption at Nokal?
I mentioned an instance. Yes, there were corruption at Nokal.
Then Madam Salif announced to the nation that she took responsibility of the corruption that was at Nokal.
So that's where again you making your question on false allegation. President Salif did not say she take responsibility for corruption.
What did she say?
What President Salif took responsibility for. What happened at Nokal is there were mismanagement in the appropriation and use of resources.
Okay.
So what President Salif said was Nokal had budgeted to spend X amount of money over a period of time. They started sponsoring county meet. They started giving money to Eugene Nangbe to build youth center that were not constructed.
Is that the reason why she took responsibility for?
So she took responsibility for the situation that happened at Nokal.
What was the situation?
Don't waste our time, please. Don't do that.
What was the situation that happened?
We're having a very important time here. I prefer dealing with Johnny. Don't waste my time on this. Now, let me use my time wisely. Let me go to Johnny. Johnny will help me up.
Nobody may say they were giving money to you.
Yes, management. They say no corruption.
But
they see Nokal say they went bribe the lawmakers. They said there was no corruption.
No. You asked me whether there was corruption. I said yes.
Let me use my time wisely.
No, Santo, but don't misquote me while I'm on the show.
Mommy, let me use my time wisely. The woman
but you don't misquote me while I'm on the show.
You will
I
have
can't
your
go look for that video that
Mame,
You asked me, you asked me whether there was corruption. I said yes.
Mame, you will have your time. Relax. We'll come
Yeah,
back
but
to
I
you.
can't have my time when you misquoting me, Santon.
It's okay. Then when you have your time, you can tell me I misquoted you. Okay? You will have your time. This is Spoon Talk. Start telling us Tabata. Johnny, I'm not going to show the picture to you, Johnny. Okay? But again, I will say to you, on this whole Taiwan issue, I think Taiwan is in error. We got to start eliminating political party. We are going very close to this election. There is no reason why Dr. Richardson we should sit here and celebrate. It will even come a time and say, maybe who knows? If I go where you eliminate comments from those race, who knows? Yeah, I get Dr. Richardson attention now. That's all I do there.
I'm listening.
I got Dr. Richardson attention now. But tell me, seriously speaking, you have CDC, Jose Yima Boakai, Alexander Cummings, Taiwan Say Gonglo. Am I missing anyone? Should we include somebody in the 4-person race right now? Fagon.
We have Clarence Moniba.
Fagon. Am I missing somebody seriously?
Yeah.
Who?
Robbie.
Look at you. Let me say Robbie again.
Robbie. No, seriously, folks. Let's stop confusing the Liberian people. Okay? Let's stop confusing the Liberian people. There's no reason why we will sit on the show and waste our 2-3 hours on political party that ain't going to
You're not taking my answer, my man. Hey, you ask me a question.
Okay. But because we get Johnny here, he won't include Clarence. Include Clarence. Johnny, go ahead. We're waiting for you.
So it's something you came on by saying, why with Dr. Moniba take a grandmother? You understand? so why will you be supporting?
Did I say that?
You said that.
Seriously?
You made a mistake.
No, did I say that? Did I say grandmother?
Somebody who has already expired. I mean, that age is
expired though. I didn't say expired.
No, I'm telling you, you are talking about that Madam Kwan that is 56 years old. You think she's older grandmother? Then how will you call up Joe Barker?
But I'm not a Joe Barker.
You're a Joe Barker fan. I mean, don't want him, man. I know. No. I got a record.
You got a record on me now? That Joe Barker fan.
Every month. And Stanton, I know what you're
a Joe Barker fan.
I know you said the old man. I know you're an old man fan. That's why you get a show for the old man fan. Is then why are we be talking about someone with 56 as opposed to your own candidate that is 80 or
the woman like grandma. The woman like grandma. You can isn't she your grandmother?
Why will you be sitting down here when Joe will take a man to decide who will be his vice president or vice running mate? A man who probably killed Liberian leader in open, even children. That may become today a hero for you guys. That's what this
going to be. You talking about somebody holding gun, Johnny, you better be careful.
Fear Christ.
You talking about somebody holding gun, you better be careful.
Johnny, you who can answer whether you want to cheat.
Tell a man,
you talking about somebody holding gun. You were the advanced team commander, you were the motorcade commander, you and 50 and Payne and Benjamin Yeti were directly assigned to tell you who can answer that question.
Fagon, I mean, when I reach you,
you stuck on me now.
If you can provide a time, right?
You know who get all the information that people who work directly with you. Answer the one. Were you not the board of investigators chief of the SSS?
Fagon, listen, I was
watching the conversation by the Matado.
But he don't want to talk about Prince Johnson. The man know everyone going in the accident.
Yes, I can do.
That's what Richard said. That's what Richard said. Please, my time to talk. Let me say something on this.
I don't know if I
have time to talk. I just gave 1 minute to Johnny and you wasting my time. Johnny, I beg you, hold on 1 minute. Johnny, I beg you, hold on 1 minute. Let me say something. I beg you, Johnny. Johnny, I beg you, hold on 1 minute. Johnny.
Give me the time, maybe 20 minutes. Let me explain my background with the security sector.
Yeah, Johnny, you don't want to close the airplane door. Inside the airplane, you close it for you and just start to land in Nigeria. 2 of us. You close the door.
If I don't wait 1 minute, let's go back on topic. Folks, I need to bring in Sylvester. I need to bring in Sylvester Lamar. I need to bring in Sylvester Lamar because it's very important. Sylvester called me. He want to participate on the show, Dr. Richardson. Sylvester is saying that it is true. He took that check. That indeed, folks, please don't hold me. Don't beat on me, please.
This is spoon talk.
Don't beat on me. This is spoon talk. Madam Grace Kwan is a grandmother. I'm a grandfather. So when I call her grandma, don't get very with me. Okay? That's plain talk. Seriously. Dr. Richardson is a grandmother. Period. We're happy. A proud one.
I am a grandfather of a hamster.
Yes. The man minding a hamster. His daughter took hamster in the cage and took the hamster to him. He minding hamster. The man is a grandfather of a hamster. So if Clarence Mobile took his grandmother to be vice president, there's a dead ticket on the robber. Okay? So, my man, really feel like talking. You will do your own. You will do your own. My man, you will do your own, but I beg you, but you will do your own. Please, let me do my talking. If Clarence Mobile took his grandmother, Abdullah, hear me well. Hear me and hear me well. The man took his grandmother, because she's a grandmother, to be his vice president. That ticket is there upon the robber. I can't wait to interview him. Seriously. You left someone like Sarah Yanti Beslow that could be a good VP, at least give him small jobo. And you went beyond somebody with 261,000 problem. How can you solve that problem? 261,000 problem. Before the woman introduced herself, she started defending her record. How can you? It's like Louis Brown came on the show before he said something about Mr. Cummings. He started defending the reason why he was National Security Advisor under NPP, under the Chancellor government. With that being said, Louis Brown went in shadow. He never came, he never resurrected again. He was there upon the robbery. Seriously speaking, you want to find somebody with good record that will elevate your story. But you go bring somebody with 261,000 problem. How dare you? I mean, it's embarrassing. Let's have some serious conversation. I want every Liberian to understand that let's begin to drop this little party. Liberia is not for fun. We're going to call Sylvester Lamar. I'm going to call him. I told him, he said, CEO, let me talk. I said, I will call you. You forgave me that I came late. I know we got a few more minutes to go. Dr. Richard said. Let's call Sylvester.
Go ahead.
Let's call Sylvester Lamar. What he know about the 261,000? All right, let's see whether he will pick up. It's very important that we discuss this issue. And indeed, I'm serious. There will be no way we come on the show and we either talk about CDC or we talk about UP or CPP. Or at least we can squeeze into one Gonglo and Dr. Yakpawulo Kopuge. Because Dr. Yakpawulo Kopuge, at least we see him for the first time. Is that his last name, Kopuge? Or am I making a mistake here? What's his name?
Hello. His name is Dr. Yakpawulo.
Oh, no, Kopuge.
No, Yure Yakpawulo.
Oh, Ben Yakpawulo. Okay. Sylvester, you on Spoon Talk. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Only disappointment, my man Abdullah have not called me saying I lost my wife.
Abdullah, yeah, you call the man. Oh. Your own man. Saying the man lost his wife. You didn't call him.
Minus one from Congo.
You didn't call the man. And now,
call me the man of my man.
And now you want the man vote. Now you want the man vote. No. Don't do SCR. Don't beg the man, huh? Don't beg the man. Don't call the man Sylvester. Sylvester, let's talk.
You forget to know Congo, I say.
You hear that?
Hey!
Sylvester say Lama. You hear it? Sylvester, let me ask you a question. Seriously speaking.
Yes, sir.
Clarence Moluba, Dr. Moluba that worked under Madam Sedif government. He got his representative on Spoon Talk. His name is Johnny KM Chancellor Bodegar DB. I just want to, I really want to understand. What do you know? We saw your picture, your ID card. What do you know about this money issue? You chop go by chop between Honorable Edward Ford and Madam Grace Kwan. Talk to us, please.
What I do know about that money as assistant superintendent for development, and our signature A to the account, the county account. We had an account at EcoBank, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs honored the Minister of Blamo Nessie. The county was being macro-managed. So on that note, Superintendent Grace Kwan, as assistant superintendent for development, I was asked to receive the check for the Ministry of Finance in the tune of 480,000 plus. Every mommy knows about that check. At that time, he was with the First International Bank now called SRB Bank. So it was on that basis, as assistant superintendent for development, I can't hold that check in my hand, and I'm passing it around. So it was on that basis that I went and opened that account with the knowledge of the superintendent of Montserrat County and deposited that check, the 480,000 plus, into that account. After Superintendent Grace Kwan resigned, Superintendent Florence Brady took over. Therefore, as chairman of Montserrat Legislative Caucus, that identical money was used by Montserrat County.
So let me ask you. So hold on, Sylvester. So Madam Grace said she doesn't know about this money. The account is invalid account. So was she telling us story?
The reason why she said that the account is invalid, it is because those who supposed to be signature to the account was incomplete. The PMC. Because when I began development superintendent, I inherited a problem. The PMC and the superintendent had a problem.
But the account, who authorized the account, Sylvester?
The account, the very first thing is that Abdullah Mami and the FRB Bank approached Montserrat County as it relates to the establishment of the account with FRB Bank at that time.
So did Grace Kwan authorize the account?
But she was my boss.
Who gave you the?
I can an assistant superintendent for development. You take about almost $500,000 to pay with my.
So are you saying to the Liberian people tonight, tens of thousands of Liberians out there, that Madam Grace Kwan lied to the Liberian people on Spoon Talk, or you think she misspoke?
I cannot say that she lied. If when she said that the account was illegal, it's on the basis that those who should be signatures to the account was incomplete.
But she knew about the money.
Say that she lied.
But she knew about the money.
No, she was in the know.
She was in the know. Wow.
Yes.
And you guys have questions for Sylvester Lamont? Dr. Richardson?
The question here is...
Your name is Dr. Richardson. No, you can never change your name on Spoon Talk. That's not a good thing. Dr. Richardson is
to be Richardson, sir.
Thank you. Dr.
my family.
I really tell you a story. I really don't have any questions for him. I think we had a thorough discussion about this yesterday and the past days. So yeah, thank you for the clarity. That's what I can say.
The questions I wanted to ask you.
I'm sorry. Let me connect with him again. He just went off. Hold on 1 minute.
I want to know whether Grace Kwan resigned before that money was touched.
Sylvester?
It's important.
Yeah, hold on 1 minute. You went off. Let me bring you back in. Fagot is asking you a question. Go ahead, Minister Fagot.
Did she resign before the money was touched, or she has started spending the money and then she resigned? Which one?
Grace Kwan did not touch that money.
Okay.
Grace
So what is
money was in there? One man said he nominated Florence Brandy.
Okay.
They
see Florence are there today again?
Yes, they see Florence Brandy.
Oh, continuation. And what year was this?
So it was Florence Brandy. It was Florence Brandy administration that we use that money.
So what year was this? What year was this?
He said 2013.
Okay, so which one is this 280,000 that Representative Ford keep putting behind this woman?
in the know about 200 thousand. The only money that I need know of is about the money that I deposited. The 480 thousand that after mommy at that time, you were with FRB Bank. That's the money I know about.
Okay. So that woman been submitting for Maserati for 10 years.
Hey, you there?
Hey, Johnny, wait now. Johnny.
Yeah, you're lying on the woman.
Johnny, don't interrupt. Johnny, please do not interrupt. Johnny, we coming.
You got no moral ground before the money.
Johnny, we coming to you. Don't interrupt.
My man, Eli, you're cool, man. Lie on the woman. Eli, you're cool, man. Lie on the
woman. Y'all gotta apologize. I will sue
you're cool people. You're cool people. You're cool, man. Lie on the woman.
Johnny, the reason why. Johnny, you gotta wait. Wait, Johnny. We can't hear you, Johnny. We can't hear you. We mute you because you're interrupting us. We are muted.
Hey, cool, man. I lie.
All right, let Johnny do it. We're not talking. Let's go ahead because when Johnny alone talking, we can't hear him. You gotta wait for his time. No, but the man gotta wait for his time. The man just talking. Johnny, we're not hearing you.
Joseph, I don't call.
The man still talking. We're not hearing you. Johnny, you let us talk. Mama, Abdullah, let me bring you in. We got Sylvester Lama here. Talk to us. He making mention of your name.
And you want to beg the man quick before the man can loosen up on you again.
So, Brother Lama, we will talk more after the show, but
no, you gotta talk about it.
No, the man said you were talking the reason why he didn't call Lama, but the man come on the issue. Go ahead, Abdullah.
So, Lama will talk more after the show regarding family-related issues. Regarding the conversation,
Abdullah is so cool. You said regarding family-related issues.
Regarding the topic,
oh man, we lost the man. We lost him. Hold on 1 minute. Let me reconnect Abdullah. So listen, Johnny, I want to keep you for last because we are talking about your VSB. Okay, be patient. You can slaughter everybody on the show. It doesn't matter though, because Honorable Fall said the woman ate 261,000. So just hold on 1 minute. You have your time in court. Okay. Abdullah, I'm trying to connect with our brother because I really wanted you. He make mention of your name. Let's see if we'll answer. Hold on 1 minute. Sylvester? Yeah, okay. Abdullah, go ahead.
Yeah, what? Abdullah, what you say, my man?
No, brother, I said we'll talk the family-related issues later after the show.
No, my man, you wrong me.
That's what I'm saying now. Let's talk about that after the show. I will call you.
All right, Mr. What's our small game and no more?
My man, I get everything here. Relax.
What you say?
So on the issue, like I said from the beginning of the show, on the first day, I was tasked with that responsibility to pull deposit from public sector. So I engaged Maserati County. It is crazy. This plan respond at the legislature that made the thing to look like a suspicion and a wrong thing that happened. Nothing wrong happened with them opening the account at FRB. All the banks in Liberia are looking and searching for deposits. So we go look for deposits all around with government institutions, and government institutions deposit money. There was nothing wrong with Maserati County selecting First International Bank to deposit her money. Grace Pan responded to the legislature that she did not know about the deposit of the money is what raised the suspicion and made the issue controversial. She would have just responded, yes, you received the check. The check is deposited.
Because we violated the budget law.
How so?
Yeah, as county authority, we violated the budget law.
How so?
Because the budget law states that before we open an account, the delegates, the legislative caucus should approve of opening an account. We all do agree that Maserati County and other counties, local government activities were being micromanaged by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It was on that basis we opened an account. And the money was in that account after Grace Pan left, Madam Grace Pan left, my foreign brother took over. The very legislative Congo approved of that account and how we went to FRB Bank. And it was on our business, most of us are doing business with FRB Bank. And I was authorized by now the present superintendent to close the account with Echo Bank.
Thank you very much, Sylvester. We appreciate your time on the Spoon Talk.
Tonton, there is something important he said. He
Say
said
that?
something very important that you didn't pick up. Edward Ford said on the show yesterday that after the situation went on, one James Ellie called him and begged him, but he didn't listen and they had to remove the money from the account and took it to Echo Bank. Lamar is saying something completely to the opposite of what Edward Ford said.
It never happened. If Edward Ford told you that James Ellie begging, would you agree James Ellie was with the bank? But
And who is James? Who is James Salif?
James Ellie, the late James Ellie.
He was the vice president to the bank.
Wait. Can you say that again?
Now, my early son, right?
The late James Ellie happened to be the son of Ellie Joseph Selly. He was a hero.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate. And who was it? And who was listen, Lamar, Sylvester. Who was the internal affairs minister at the time?
At that time, we had Blamo Nessie.
Okay. So we want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much. The one and only Sylvester say, Lamar, we appreciate you joining us for a short while. And I know your brother Abula.
On the phone of my wife birthday, you never say me happy birthday to her.
But maybe I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know, my man. I didn't know my brother. Take heart. And we remember her in our spirit. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, guys. Listen, Dr. Richardson, let me say this, all right? Nobody lie on Grace Brown. Grace Brown never told the truth. Period. Abula said the same thing. Grace Brown never told the truth. We can come back to politics and listen to Johnny.
She may not have told the truth, Stanton, but she did not steal the money as Edward Ford.
I don't know about that. The story from Edward Ford is different. I'm not yet to conclude whether she used the money. But Edward Ford, what he said, he have documented proof that Grace Brown used the money, $261,000. Grace Brown said, but it's all onto them. But my argument here, after I listened to my brother Johnny, make the case, Johnny. Defend your vice standard bearer.
Johnny, don't play. Johnny, don't play. Don't play.
You got only 10 seconds, Johnny. Go ahead. Do it quick.
So thank you, Stanton, for calling the young man that was on the phone. And I think you have just cleared the woman name from you and your crew brothers, Saga, or you and or Mr. Ford. Look, the woman told us in the very studio that this money was transferred into this account. She did not touch it until she left. Clearly, she said it here. If you got a recording, go back.
Yeah.
She said it was deposited, it was there because it has problem with signature issue, and because the way things were going, she and Coca were in conflict. She had to save that money.
It's a different form of money. It's the 400 and change.
400,000.
Also holding her on the 261,000.
Listen,
also holding her on the 12,000 from Super. So let's break it down now. Don't generalize the thing and say the woman, you can't blame her.
No, wait.
Yeah.
Ford does not have any proof, any paper on $200,000+. They told us this check was 400,000, and it was deposited into this account that my brother Miami confirmed. And she did not take that money until she left from there.
But the mistake the woman made, she told the Liberian people say she didn't authorize the account. And that wasn't true. And Mama had to cash her. Mama said, no, madam, look at me. Clear. I am Abula Mame. I work at the bank at the time. You, madam, authorized the account. Why was she lying?
No, wait, Stanton, she did not lie. But Stanton, let me get another warning. Stanton, I want to appeal to all of us. You and Fagon, all of us here. Let's respect the Liberian people. Please. What we say here, Stanton, you won't believe it. Radio is powerful.
Let come out to the Oma issue. Now, don't change the conversation. I'm asking you the question. Mama told the woman said, Mama told her you authorize the account. That you myself talking. Wait for Fagon, you will talk. Mama, no, hold on, Johnny. Very important. Mama told the woman, said, look at me. I am Abula Mame. You authorize the account. The woman said, no, I didn't. Was she telling the truth to the Liberian people?
Yes,
Johnny, answer the question. Answer the question, Johnny. Johnny, you can even cry for now to Judgment Day. You answer the question. But answer the question. What is wrong?
This one has lived for record many years. She got people that respect her.
Don't forget about that Tabata story, man. Now hold you to the question, you refuse to answer.
Evidence.
You know what Stanton Twitter you? Stanton don't want you to hate him on the fact that he cool brother lie.
Oh, you know cool brother business. You know cool brother business.
They lie. Every time they ask a man to bring the people, they lie.
Johnny.
So Stanton on the defensive.
Johnny.
No.
I think the only mistake Madam Kwan did was to, withdraw herself from the process and say she did not know about it.
So that's somebody who can lie on her
Exactly.
and say she stole 200,000.
It doesn't give Edward Ford the latitude to come and lie on her.
Abula, let me ask you a question. Abula. Why would you say Edward Ford lying? Why you want to believe? Johnny, I'm talking to you. Johnny.
Because the woman don't even see the money.
I'm talking to you.
The lady not Edward Ford, man. Liar Ford.
I'm talking to you. Abula, please.
Man, lie, man.
The woman said I didn't authorize the account, right?
Bati. You guys might apologize. This is not fair to Liberian people.
Simple, let me answer your question.
People listen to the program.
Johnny, you can cry. You can't cry at your business. I'm asking them a question. Johnny, can we ask our question? Johnny, can you stop hijacking our show, Johnny?
This is unfair. I can't hijack the show.
Johnny,
having our fan conversation, Richardson, myself, and Fagon, and I'm like, you jump in, you just interrupt the whole thing. You can the whole show here. So I see right now, just for the whole thing. And the conversation we have, you can all can tabata, I continue.
Johnny, Johnny.
Oh man,
You're cool, brother. Liar today.
Johnny, listen, Johnny.
Yeah, let's just get some.
That's a Richard thing. Please tell your brother to listen. Tell your boy, my brother, to listen here. Johnny, stop, man. Stop crying. Abula, listen, let me ask you my question, Abula.
The funny thing, you go bring Say Lama, I think he said, man, we happy, cool, brother.
No, Say Lama told me. No, Say Lama told me everything he just explained. That's why I brought him.
Call for now. Hey, you got phone number.
Okay, call for again.
Call for now.
Slow down, Johnny.
It says for the now.
Johnny, you gotta slow down.
Let him man call for.
All right, Johnny. I needed to ask my question to Abdullah. Today is a wonderful day. I am happy. You know why I'm happy, Johnny? I'm happy to see that we are on Spoon having the discussion about issues relevant to our nation.
Good.
But we have to be very, very firm as we get closer to election. We got to make the case. I have to make the case for the Liberian people. You got to make the case for Dr. Mulba. My brother, Meme, that still owe my document. It's over 24 hours now. He have not sent me the document yet. He got to make the case for Tewon Se Gonglo. Eugene Lamy Fagon got to make the case for Joseph Boakai. Dr. Richardson got to make the case for Musa Ability. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Richardson. Sorry. I mean, Mr. Comey.
Look at me, look at you.
Whatever. Yeah.
So,
I swear.
Yeah, we are. Seriously, folks. It is important. What happened today? What happened today in Nimba?
Where?
What happened today in Magibi? What happened today when Tewon Se Gonglo, he brought in and he declared to the people that to ban Yagbawuro, or that to ban Yagbawuro. What happened today? It is important. Where is President George Manawiya? Is he back home or is he still all over the country? Why was he brought in the war, the Jerusalem religious war? Why are they floating on the Dead Sea? What's the reason why President Manawiya went to Israel?
Somebody mute him.
Somebody got to mute. What's the reason why President George Manawiya went to Israel? Was it just a visit? What's the honor tune to that visit? What he went to ask for? He went to ask for something. He went on a purpose. Imagine who he took with him. Fanati Kofa went with him. Fanati Kofa law firm represent which entity? Let's forget about the joke. As we get closer to the election, let's discuss a very important issue. Who we saw floating on the Dead Sea? Why are they getting baptized? Have their sin been washed away? So the river in Liberia is not important. You got to go now to the Jordan to baptize. That's where you get the real Jesus. Why these guys then getting baptized? After so many extrajudicial killings.
For the forgiveness of sins.
Why are they getting baptized now? After massive corruption. Why are they getting baptized now? Why are they butting the wall? That we saw the president himself butting the wall. It's rough. It's not easy. Everybody got to butt the wall.
Because the election finished.
By butting the wall, will it help you, Mr. President? Hey, look at Jefferson. By butting the wall, will it help, Mr. President? Can somebody get me the video? Can you put a video in the chat room, Fagon, about the guy that was butting the wall in Liberia? Fagon, please. Can you put it in the chat room?
I beg you, man.
Fagon, put it in the
say
chat
he
room.
saw the president butting something, so he
Why were they butting the wall? Why? To be frank with you, ask yourself the question. President Manawiya is in trouble. He is in a very, very serious election trouble. It may be Joseph Boakai. It may be Edizana Cummings. It may be Terence Konglo. It may be Dr. Clarence Moduba. But this president is in some serious, you know why? Because the people of Liberia is about to reject him. Failure in leadership. That's why the president going to butt the wall. We can laugh, we can joke. Because the president bought the wall, we saw other folks that begin to imitate him. And they butting the wall too. So, listen, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, Liberians. If you're on the radio line, you're not going to see. Look at the massive turnout. It's shocking. Do we have something from Terence Gonglo? Look at this. Folks.
Sea of human beings. Sea of human beings.
This thing is no joke.
You're talking yesterday, I told you, it finished. They put Philip picking a president. They're saying I'm waiting.
Yeah, but Dr. Richardson, I know you will accept the 4th place. No problem. It's good.
Don't mislead the Liberian people.
Dr. Richardson.
They finished, Dr. Francine. They finished.
When I you want bypass the will of the Liberian people who don't want to vote for and make your own.
But you don't see the people will?
If this is the amount of people that will vote for your candidate, then
Dr. Richardson, everybody will have the time, Johnny, as we begin to close the show.
Take it easy.
Fine, but Johnny win now. I mean, you love to interrupt us. So they got seniority on this show. You go through probation, yeah, you're interrupting us. But I will tell you this. Fagon, I'm shocked. Fagon.
What is shocking you? The human being you see? That's small one. That's small one.
If you cannot tell the Liberian people that President Manawiya can resign and just give this thing up, then there's a problem. Then you must know the reason why President Weah going to Israel.
Okay.
My brother, President Weah went to Nigeria. TB Joshua told President Weah, the Lord said he shall give you power. When you get the power, return here so that we can fast and pray with you for wisdom. When President Weah left and he got the power, he abused it. And at the end of the day, what happened? What happened? He never went back. The prophet died. So he gone to the war. It can't happen. Look at the see your human being. Look at human being. See human being. See human being.
Fago, yes, but let me ask you a question. Do you think Madam Sedi now can help President Weah? Do you think she's in a position to help him like she did 2017?
Right now, you want my honest opinion?
Please.
President Sedi gave her on Kumis. Remember?
She
called Nyombli. She called Delon. She called everybody. And she realized that Kumis didn't get 3,000 motorbikes right now. He didn't get 250 pickup trucks. He think all around the place, she can't see nothing. She gave up. Because if the main people you were depending on, Prince Johnson, Nyombli Kanga Lawrence, Darius Delon, all the people you called in the post said, no, we're not going anywhere. She gave up. Now you ask if she can help President Weah. You know who handcalled her son? That President Weah. So you know why she behind President Weah right now? She behind President Weah right now because she does not want JMB to be president. That's why you see I put her picture with all her children. She and Moniba, she and Kumis, she and the other, that Moniba there. Young Moniba taking no AC pencil. He taking those from the old man. Moniba, you will need to do this and do this and do that. Take great span. Yeah, all of some you see Kumis? You see Kumis? She gave Kumis the highest honor.
I hope you have
She gave Kumis the highest honor.
I hope you have Boka there.
Go to her other son. Go to her other son, John.
Go ahead, Fago.
Every day, she gave him the highest honor in the country. Even though he was out of the country for 40 years old, he now wet floor, he now sweep the kitchen, he now wash pot. JMP who do all that job, they not even getting the third honor. They gave Kumis the highest honor in the land. Then you go to Chawia. Every day you can see her in different suits. And you see Blue here, you see her smiling. Chawia say, oh man, the Florence branded woman, I will be team her there. She'll be there forever and ever. Then Madam Sedi say, you are a good boy. I will be team Vanny Salif there. He thought he would say, all my team. He said, you are a good boy. Zianka and Prince Johnson, I will keep them to the army parade. You are a good boy. Based on God Finlay, I was saying foreign affairs, so he can continue everything start with the foreign leader. You are a good boy. The man will control all the radio station. Then he asked her, who your information minister? She said, Eugene Nangwe. That time, she was in red or green. Change the picture. She said, Eugene Nangwe. He said, oh, that one part he will remain there. Then who else you want me to remain there, to put there? He said, you see that ball to National Housing Authority, Sembulu? Yeah, that Sembulu business she was talking here. She was telling Jawea, you see Sembulu? I want him to be in charge of the air, the sea, and the land. Jawea said, okay, oh man, what's that? He said, Transport Ministry. He said, put in there. Put into Transport Ministry. So the whole thing will continue with it. Celia Coffee Brown, who said Jawea was nothing. Say, you see Celia Coffee? Send her to the port. Because my man Tony Blair there with his contract. They all handle it quick. So, that her training here, pour in the other suit. I will tell you who she's at or remain there again.
Well, so Fago, I know we got to go to Dr. Richardson. I want you to talk more about this. Why is Madam Sedi turning her back on Mr. Cummings now? Bringing in all the other folks.
It's not that she don't want to help Cummings. But the truth of the matter is, Cummings cannot win. Let's put the joke aside. Cummings, from the time the Liberian Post determined that Cummings was a financial analyst who Ellen brought to Liberia in 2007 and 8.
Yeah.
Under the darkness of the Pan-African Capital Group, investment group, that they all the
Dr.
investment.
Richardson, you stay here, right? Don't go.
Okay.
We got Dr. Richardson.
Discover that Cummins had been operating with Ellie from 2007 in Liberia. Before that, here in the States, everybody said, oh, but then we see why that Cummins was brought in 2017. When he couldn't make it, they brought in Bromsky. When Bromsky couldn't make it, my Ellie liaised with Jawia. And you know, we're there. How come we went over the board and won? Now Bromsky is dead. She tried with Cummins again. She even put Bromsky's daughter on a Cummins. Delon then talk it. Normally then talk it. That Benesi Papi for my mom.
No way.
So at the end of the day, because of that, the people ran away from Cummins again. So now, madam, have to go behind George Weah again. But this time, in order for George Weah to win, madam, we have to crowd the electoral field. So in the next 15 days, Joseph Fagan told me, 3 other candidates will announce their intention. They know they're not winning. They will get 0.5%. But they don't care. They must be there.
No, let me hold you. This is very interesting about Mr. Cummins.
To stop a first round.
We are saying Cummins now is moving on a slow pace. All right? As evident by today, Banga, Nimba, places, political tycoon, or in the trenches, they are moving massively. And Mr. Cummins, I'm hearing information, and I stand to be corrected. Please do not insult me. That Cummins is finding an exit. To him, if you want to save face for 2029, he must decide today. He must decide prior to the election. Before I leave you, Fagon, to go to our good Dr. Francine Chineweth Richardson. Fagon, if you place in these political parties and a political leader, from George Manuel Weah to Tewonse Gonglo, Clarence Mulba, Mr. Cummins, help me, place them accordingly. From 1 through what?
Joseph Juma Boakai is number 1. Number 2, George Manuel Weah. Number 3, Tewonse Gonglo. Number 4, Alexander Cummins. Number 5, Clarence Moniba.
Wow. Are you putting Cummins on the 4th level?
Yes.
Wow.
And the reason is simple. Cummins would have been in the 3rd position had 80% of his constituents not lived in America or are not currently resident in the U.S.
You can't even
If
say
you
that.
bring Cummins people from America on the ground, they will be Gonglo.
Let me go to Johnny, because we're talking about Cummins and the rest of them. Let me go to Johnny, and I'll bring in Dr. Richardson. Johnny, are you with us, my man? Can you hear us? Or you listen to music?
No, they call him.
They call him. Johnny, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you, Johnny. On a very serious note, let's forget about all the joke we've been joking. Johnny, seriously speaking, your Vice Stenberry is not a grandmother to the party, but she is a grandmother. So let's move ahead real quick. Place your folks. President George Manuel Weah, Joseph Yema Boakai, Say Gonglo, Cummins, Clarence Mulba, from 1 through 5, place them. Let Liberia know what you think you're going to, first round of election, place them.
I think the first round will be between George Weah and Dr. Moniba.
Don't know to fire you.
That's what I think.
You're not trying to say, are you the ma? Something wrong with your brain. But go ahead, my brother, talk to me.
Well, that's it. You know,
but place the rest of them. You cannot say George Weah and Clarence. I want you to place all of them. First,
So
second, third, fourth, fifth, or what?
well, you know, in our analysis, as we look at things, we are looking at the figure, looking at the situation, doing all the social dynamics around here. In some of the if-what scenario, we see Weah and Moniba. And then when we look at different category, some places we see Boakai and Moniba, right? So why are we talking here from our current projection and what we are looking and working on? We see two chances. Either in the first round we end up with Moniba and Weah, or Moniba and Boakai. That's what now this is. That's what we're working towards.
Dr. Richardson, Fagon has said a lot, seriously speaking. And I think folks agreeing with Fagon. As I'm reading this thing, folks agreeing with Fagon. Madam Salif brought Cummings in the country. He ran 2017. Cummings, Madam Salif. Clarence Modiba, doctor, work with Madam Salif. He's running with who? Madam Salif daughter, Grace Bang. Help us understand. Madam Salif's son, George Manawia, that kept all her people there in government. Is Fagon wrong? And why is Cummings losing steam? Why the people are not gearing towards this Mr. Cummings? And now we're seeing that Clarence is taking over Cummings.
You know, I want Liberians that are listening to hear me well. When we come on this show and you hear Mr. Fagon and you hear Stanton say things that Mr. Cummings is losing steam or the election is over, they are just disrespecting. It's a disservice to the Liberian people, okay? Mr. Cummings is not losing any steam, okay? He is working very hard for the Liberian people, whether he's in Liberia or whether he's in the United States. He's one of the hardest working, excuse me, can you please put this down, please?
I'm looking at Mr. Cummings' crowd picture. I thought I was Mr. Cummings in the crowd.
Thank you. He is one of the hardest working candidate in this race. He wants to make his case to the Liberian people. When we do a survey and we ask Liberian people, who do you think can decrease the opportunities for people to steal Liberian money for corruption? Mr. Cummings usually comes up as the person, the leader who can curb corruption, not Joseph Boakai, not anybody else. If you ask me, who is the best person to lead Liberia, I will definitely tell you, and I'm not just being biased, okay? I've mentioned this before. We need a leader that has a great understanding of systems, the two systems. One is the system in Liberia and one is the system in the United States, okay? Or any part of the world, in the modern world. Mr. Cummings has a great understanding of that. When you guys come and talk about the election is over, it's not over until after October 10th. So it is not over. You know, David said something really interesting early on. He asked the question, why do people go to rallies? Even though, you know, I don't get persuaded. The optics doesn't do me anything. I'm more interested in the needs of Liberians. Who can meet their needs? I'm not interested in, you know, the optics of rally. And I have never been the kind of person to just draw conclusions from seeing pictures. I like data. I want to see evidence. And when I was in Liberia, there's a lot of silent voters. And there's a lot of people that go to rallies that were trucked into rallies. There was a lot of people that also go there for rice. There's a lot of people that go there for T-shirts. So I will not draw the conclusion right now and say, oh, just because we had a rally today and people showed up, that means Vice President Boakai is the winner. I will not say that, okay? But I would like to draw the contrast between Mr. Cummings and Mr. Boakai. Ellie brought Boakai as the one. He's the oldest child. That's something that Fagon is not telling us. Fagon can tell us the name of all the people Ellie brought. Ellie brought Boakai. Boakai was there in the room when corruption was happening in the government. He never mentioned anything about that. But what we do know, even though I have not seen it, he mentioned his 16 grudges that he had against Ellen. Boakai, they say, has experience in, you know, government. But I always tell us here, experience is different from leadership. In Liberians, as we speak, as we talk, this is about you, your country. It is not always about what you want. Okay? The place where Liberia is now, it is about what we need as a country. We need a leader that can address our healthcare situation. Who knows? You know, somebody will say, oh, when I heard earlier, somebody said, when Buckeye wins, the investors will come to the country, and we challenge it. We say, how? I can tell you right now, the association of MDR with Joseph Buckeye is bad news for the international community. When we have bad news for the international community, we mean that investors will less likely come to Liberia. So those are the things I want you to be thinking about. This is not personal about Mr. Vice President Buckeye. It's looking at the question that we started off here. Who do we think can best curb corruption? And with that note, that's it.
Thank you, folks. Apparently, I thought we have Mame to do his portion of this conversation, but Dr. Richard said that was a wonderful show. I'm hearing, and please help me, that the leadership in ANC, Nima Kante, pledged their support to Joseph Yima Boyka, correct?
I wouldn't know that. I didn't receive that news.
Okay. So, well, it's on the clip, and this is very disturbing for the leadership of ANC in Nima Kante to now turn to Joseph Yima Boyka and pledge their support. It's scary. And I hope Liberians can speak to this. After everything, and I think Cummings have fought a good fight. I think Cummings, he have done well. I would appreciate if Mr. Cummings can just recalibrate for 2029. He have done extremely well. I mean, when you get on the street, you hear people talking about George Manawea and Joseph Yima Boyka, and make it, instead of give credit to Clarence, he just jumping in this thing, but people calling his name. I believe the only mistake Clarence made to take Madame Grace Kwan, but they can get over it. Chamose Gonglo take that to Ben Yapawlo. But man, Cummings been running for election since 2017. And he's losing it. Beg Yombly Kanga Lawrence to be his running mate. Call Madame Sedi to beg Senator Yombly. Yombly said no. Went to Mr. Jeremiah Kuhn, begged Mr. Jeremiah Kuhn.
You making a case for Liberian people?
Hold on 1 minute now, Mama. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you.
Okay.
Beg Mr. Jeremiah Kuhn, Senator Kuhn, please. Frank Johnson said, oh, my dead body. Jeremiah Kuhn said no. It's something about Mr. Cummings that people just cannot comprehend. And I hope he can just step back, because that would be the right thing to do, the righteous thing to do. It's time to go, somebody, can we mute, please? It's time to go back to the drawing board and try to understand that we will recalibrate and get ready for 2029. To me, my fellow Liberians, I will say this to you. Don't let no small party now can waste your time. Joseph Yima Boyka, George Manawea. It's hard to call Mr. Cummings' name, but keep it in the race. Keep it in the race. You know, Abula, let's do our closing. I'm totally disturbed. Since 2017, Mr. Cummings has been running to become a president for Liberia. The people just saying no. It's something about that no. Something about that no. And the election right now, that we can see. Say about Tewanze Gonglo, I respect the old man, Councillor Gonglo. He's trying. Talk about Clarence Mulva, I respect Clarence. You know, he's a young man like myself. I respect his ego. I respect the challenge that he bringing forth. Though he got problem, but I respect it. But this thing is about Joseph Boyka and Dr. George Manawea. And the Liberian people are going to cut to the chase. It is why it is. You cannot help it. Let's stop the thing about my party, my people. No. Take your side. You either for George Manawea or you for Joseph Yima Boyka. Cut to the chase. And let's move Liberia forward. Or you can even say, you know what? I won't say Gonglo is a man coming in the picture. He will be the dark horse. Or maybe Clarence. But if you started your fighting from 2017 and now, and the Liberian people still telling you no, it's a horrible mistake. That's my closing. I can't wait for Monday though.
Fagon coming back on the show.
You looking for Fagon?
He left her. You know, let me see 1 minute of your time. Let me just.
No, Dr. Richardson, do your closing. Do your closing real quick.
You know, the show is a little bit different for me today. I don't know why. Maybe my mind is not. I was reading on actually Tiwan Gunga as you were speaking, Mami, and as you guys were talking. You know, when we come on this media that goes to the entire country and we try to say the race is over, Mr. Cummings has been in the race, you know, since 2017. Let's not forget, Buckeye was also in this race before and he was rejected. And because he was rejected, it doesn't mean that Liberian people are making a decision on him now. They are asking him, like we said earlier, to be an applicant for a job that is open that have many applicants. And when we come here, we make the case for all of our applicants. And in my situation, my applicant is Mr. Cummings. I believe that Mr. Cummings can lead Liberia to a place where we're going to change the trajectory of our country. I'm not saying that we'll wake up October 11th after he is elected and say, oh, the street will be paved with gold. I hate to put any Liberian under any kind of illusion. What I'm saying is, unlike the only, and I'm using Vice President Bokar because that's the major contrast. I can see some similarities between Councilor Congo. I can see some similarities between, Dr. Maniba and Mr. Cummings in terms of the vision that they have for Liberia. I cannot see it, and I will stand firm with this belief in drawing this contrast with Ambassador or Vice President Buckeye. I'm sorry, Stinta, I'm going to disagree with you.
I know you're looking for friends. Go ahead, pitch.
And I would say that the election is not over until after October 10th. We can see all the crowds, the optics can look good. We can mention that Mr. Cummings continues to make his case to Liberian people. That does not mean that what we see with prior coming to Buckeye, that Liberian people have selected him. We have a process, a constitutional process in Liberia.
We know that, Dr. Richardson. We do. We know that. But the issue here is that, man, come on.
You're interrupting me. I'm not interrupting you. I sat quietly when you're talking.
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
I'll be like, stop. You agree?
Go ahead, Doc.
Yes. So we have to wait for this process to occur. I want the Liberian people, I want to give them the option. The option of who's going to change our country.
There's no option left, though.
It is not about crowd. It's not about this is our time.
We don't say it's about crowd.
It's not about a particular individual.
Dr. Richardson. You allow me to interrupt you, man, please.
No, I'm not going to do that. I sat down quietly interrupted you. Okay? This is not about individual, or this is this individual's time.
Well, you don't waste people's time, man. Let's have a good election.
This is not about individual to say that.
Don't waste people's time. Let's have a good election. Seriously.
I know what you're trying to do.
Don't waste people's time. Let's have a good election. It's about Joseph Boakai and Dr. Josh Manawea. It's over. Say what you want to say. People waiting for second round, third round, fourth round. Come on, guys. This is about Joseph Yima Boakai, former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, and that of Josh Manawea, period.
I disagree.
Every other person has second hand.
I disagree.
Every other person has to wait for 2029. Every other person that will pay the respect and pay the due because this is what Liberia wants.
I'm not going to come in. My job here is to give them the information that they need. My job is to help them understand the leadership qualities of one of the candidates that will help make
enough is enough.
That will help.
I can come in.
Come here.
I can come in.
Come here. Come here, please.
Let me rest on this. Me, I prefer to hang out with Clarence Malibat. Me, I can talk to Tewon Zeko all the time. Respect the old man. Because you know at the end of the day, if there is no way for him at this time, he will back off. He will not delay and waste the people's time. Liberians deserve better. Right now. Right now. Mr. Cummings need to wait for 2029. He has spent a lot of money. A lot of folks have eaten his money. He have collected a lot of money. There is no way to wait. Liberians deserve better. Let's give the people the choice. George Manambura or Jose Yima Boyka. We can talk to Tewon Gonglo. Listen, me, if I have the opportunity to vote, I will vote for either George Manambura or Jose Yima Boyka or Tewon Gonglo or Mr. Cummings when he stay in the race or Clarence Malibat. But I think give the Liberian people a choice to make their life easy and better and don't waste their time. And I believe you guys are wasting the Liberian people time. My man, you will come last. I'd rather like the way you can talk. If we make Johnny last, we'll not move for you.
You letting us finish our closing. Then
I thought you finished, Mama. I thought you finished.
You interrupted me, so but that's okay.
That is the story. Cummings went to Coca-Cola, he was chilling like that. Is the same thing, Dr. Richardson. But finish
I'm not talking the same thing. I'm telling him he's the most qualified person to curb corruption, which is the #1 job requirement that we've been talking about. How do we say someone who was in Liberia and worked in the government for many years, who was part of a government that was corrupt, would then be able to curb corruption in the country? It doesn't add up to me, and it's not adding up to me. It's not personal. He's a fine, man. I'm sure Vice President Boka is, but it's about Liberia for me. I want to see Liberia change. I don't want to just put somebody to say I'm unseating somebody. I don't want to say, oh, just for the sake of unseating George, I'm going to put Boka in there. Can Boka do the job that is expected of him? I think not. We'll disagree. We'll disagree on this. Go ahead, David.
So, if this is our closing remark, I would like to do that because on my side it's very late and I have to go from here. So,
nobody after you, man. You can go 1, 2 o'clock to Calabash. Now you're trying to go home early. They saw you at Calabash the other night, 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're trying to say it was very late.
Thank you. Okay, so let me say this. Liberia, the Liberians of today, we have a generation. Historically, every generation has its own leader. During this generation, Dr. Clarence K. Moniba has lifted his head and said, I am here to provide leadership for this generation. Take back a little bit. During the struggle days of Guinea, Sekou Touré, a young man at the age 36, took over Guinea for his generation. In the days of Uganda, Museveni took over Uganda at the age of 42. Today, if you do a research around Europe, most of the leaders in Europe are in their 30s and 40s. That makes Dr. Moniba the preferred candidate, that he has his peers, his age group in the world, around the world, in Africa and in Europe, where he will have to go and put our issues on the table to his peer group. Liberians must take in this direction. This generation makes its own leader. During the days of in Europe, Charles de Gaulle, Louis de Pius, those great leaders in Europe, they were of age 35 and 40, they led their people. No one who is, out of energy can move this country forward. We need leaders who have the energy, who has the training, who has the ability. Like yesterday, I asked the question, even God himself, when God is selecting leaders, he doesn't take people who have lived for many years. He always chose, reading the Bible, he chose young people to lead Israel. Check the history in the Bible. Even in social world, even in professional career, right? People of the generation, the journalists, doing the career of journalism, right now in Liberia, all the leaders of journalism in Liberia and young people of their own generation of journalists, the medical field, they have their own generation. Why are we not thinking? Why are we refusing what God has always done in the world And God is always stable. God has never anointed anyone to be king of Israel at the age of even 70 or 75. All the great leaders of Israel were young people. The David and the rest of it, the Joshua, the rest of it. So Liberians, let's look at it. A free man prepared himself. A man who went through the struggles in the U.S. to go to school and acquire academic scholarships. Look, my people, don't mind the crowd. Look at the substance. Look at your problems you have. And so who has that immediate character to move things quickly in Liberia? In my mind, the election is about today and tomorrow. I mean, the past is gone. I want to ask a question. When and there's not no abuse to my uncle. When Joe Walker was strong, and they were about to make him director for the FPMC in Lofa, how would he have felt at the time being prepared, energetic young man? And they said, wait, we have an old man here at age 65 to be the head of FPMC. How would he feel at that time? At that time, young prepared, want to work in his country, want to deliver, want to contribute. So, okay, don't get me wrong. Uncle Joe has done his best. He has served Liberia for 40 years. When he was young, he had the energy. He worked very hard for Liberia. But that cannot be the trump card for leadership. It must give way. Even in our interiors, in the counties, nobody will take anybody in any town at the age of 65 or 70 and say, you are the town chief. It's not happening anymore. The leaders are people of the generation. The elders stay by and advise the leaders of the town. So let's think twice. Tata Moniba and Grace Pan is a perfect team. Young people. And their vision is in line with this generation. So let me say thank you so much for providing this space. And second, like I said, every time I come on this show, I win people to my party. I appreciate this show so much. That's why I will be here all the time. Right now, my impact.
Good job.
We appreciate you, Johnny.
Just 1 second, Senator. You know, I'm not afraid to say I am or I was a experiment to President Taylor in the SSS. You know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid, but if you have the time on Monday, just give me maybe 10 minutes. I can provide you so that the public can understand you know who I am.
Okay.
You understand? So you know who I am. You understand? I will appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnny. Let's just wait for Abula.
Johnny, to be frank, on my closing note, I really appreciate your transition from a security man to a master degree holder in the public sector professional.
So he said, man, went through rehabilitation.
That is the example. That is the example we want to show to young people across the country facing challenges. Say a DB can transition from a security man to where he is today. I too can do it. So I want to say congratulations to you.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much for your closing.
On my closing, no.
Mommy finished there. Mommy got plenty to tell us here today.
On my closing,
I'm gonna here to protect you. Go ahead, Mommy.
I'm not worried so much about crowd politics, and I will address that later. But I want to ask a rhetorical.
No, you have 2 minutes, though.
2 minutes, no problem. I will address the crowd politics later, but on a rhetorical question. What reasoning I really wanted Fagon to be here? What reasoning with Fagon and Santon lead to the conclusion that Joseph Boakai as vice president could not fight corruption under Ellen, but a civil servant should be asked, a civil servant working under Joseph Boakai and Ellen should be asked why you did not fight corruption? When you ask why Joseph Boakai did not resign as vice president, who was elected, there is justification. But you want to ask a civil servant, say why you did not resign from under Joseph Boakai and Ellen for fighting corruption. I think that is disingenuous. We cannot use one measurement for another group of people and one measurement for Joseph Boakai. If Joseph Boakai as vice president could not fight corruption under Ellen, what make you think is ordinary civil servant with no authority and no responsibility should fight corruption under Ellen? That's disingenuous. On the crowd politics issue, we should not be carried away by crowd politics. The evidence has shown over time that it doesn't work. We can go back to Unity Party record. In 2011, Unity Party won 43.9% of the vote. 2017 campaign, Unity Party locked down Morovia.
That's true.
There were announcements on the radio.
Can your brother do a closing, Dr. Richardson? I mean, 2 minutes finishing you.
Yes. There were announcements on the radio to people all across. Nobody should come towards ATS.
Yes.
Because there was no access. But from 43%, Unity Party dropped to 28% in 2017. Crowd politics doesn't work. Darius DeLong and Thomas Fowler, crowd politics doesn't work. What we do with crowd in politics is we use the crowd to communicate our messages. What message did Joseph Boakai deliver today? I will tell you what the message that Gonglo delivered today. The crowd we have today, we use that to communicate our message. Yes, I see the crowd, but they left with no message. The crowd we met today, we left them with a message. Gonglo told them, for over 150 years, we've been farming with cutlass. Cutlass cannot feed us. Under my Gonglo administration, we will move from farming with cutlass to mechanized agriculture, and the mechanized agriculture will be small-scale mechanized agriculture. Joseph Boakai told his people, I will build 15 stadiums across the country.
Welcome to Johnny Cummings Stanton.
Who, me? Mame, listen to me. And to you and Johnny, man, I appreciate you guys, seriously speaking. I just like how you guys can join us and we have fun. You know, no disrespect, we have fun. You will know that we are not thin-skinned. We discuss issue, we laugh, and we go home. That's a beautiful program. Dr. Richardson, thank you. I know Fagon can get under your skin. For me, you'll know that I'm a very good guy. I do not offend you guys at all. Where is Councillor Policy? I'm not seeing all week. Hope to see him soon. Where's your councillor, Abula?
Councillor is around. He's going to be busy with the arrangement of the VP, but he should be available next week.
Available for where?
For the spoon talk.
That's it, today. But let's go ahead. But man, so on a serious, Johnny, you can speak through. On a serious note, we want to say thank you very much to you guys. Dr. Richardson, I will go home with this one. Mr. Cummings have missed a lifetime political opportunity. I will say this. He have missed a lifetime political opportunities. And I hope he can have that opportunity again 2029 to present himself to the Liberian people. We'll meet on Monday. We'll discuss further because Johnny water bottle is finished. And we don't have to answer that.
That's okay. We'll meet
right.
Discuss
so
it.
Thank you for
good show. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay, folks. Yeah.
Wow, nursing. I know Johnny can give you a hard time when in that studio, right?
You may always come in with bottle of water.
How many bottle of water he can bring?
Sometimes 3, 4.
Man, they make it be on the hot seat. I love Johnny, you know why? Because he takes joke. And we try to squeeze him, but he laugh and he joke and think. But you know, to tell you the truth, what you make about, so you and myself have a little bit of time, maybe 2 minutes. I'm confused about Clarence Moduba. Why he went after Grace Brown? Why he told Grace? Let open the phone line. I beg you, just you and myself. I'm feeling too good today because I ate some pizza and chicken wing. I beg you. Send Johnny not there, he will not interrupt her. Open the phone line.
The mail will come by. The mail go.
That's what I'm about. That meant he paid for finish. I beg you, let's just ask the fool. Look at Edwin Snow, our own friend. A man decided to go in the Dead Sea. That's a good thing. But honest, bring James on. What James? Tell James to come back. Let James come on the show. Let me relax with my young men today and talk our own Liberian politics. It's very important. But James, come on the show, man. What are you hiding for? But Nelson, why? I'm confused. Why Clarence will have to go and pick Grace Brown? I told you he was talking about the youth, you know, bringing the youth together. The man is a young man. He got years ahead of him. Why would he go to the old man? And the old man, regardless whether true or not, she got a baggage. Let's set the record straight. Liberia will not buy that, man. Whoever they get judged, we are a lot of different stories. So, but what James? Call James. Then he come on. You're over there attacking the people there. They're waiting for him. Come on.
The man, okay, the man already opened your camera.
The man refused to call your head. You're looking at Wolf Man.
Ah!
Look at James. James,
James,
why you keeping all the baby? We can hear you, my man. I'm mute.
You hear me now?
But why you keeping everything? Why you can't get a haircut?
I've been busy. I try.
Adjust the camera.
I'm coming.
James, you looking at a Wolf Man, Jim again?
Nabucodonosor in the Bible, the mill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The man spent 40 days and 40 nights. But James, help me understand. I like Clarence. When I heard the name Clarence Moriba, I was happy because I met him before. When we met Madame Salim, he was there. Why do you think he went for the old man? Why? I mean,
the instruction.
Imagine I don't count the show. What I think he doing, he better tell that thing that. Go ahead, James. Why do you think he went after the old man, James?
That instruction they gave him.
Instruction from who?
Ellie.
Wow. Why would you go after Grace Man?
They are there to.
True or false? Why would you go after her?
They are there to cut votes.
Wow.
I think that may are trying to mix to have a mix of everything to get a little bit of the votes from the Great Span generation and that of the current generation. He was trying to
because the Grace Span, how old is Grace Span? Grace Span is her sister, I believe. All right, she's in her 60s. I mean, look at Mr. Cummings. What? And my next question to you guys before you leave. You guys follow Liberal politics, you're on the ground. Mr. Cummings. Why Mr. Cummings collecting money all over and the people of Liberal say, still, we don't want you? Why? Why did they still push you out, Mr. Cummings? This thing is about George Manawia and Joseph Boakai. Say anything you want to say. Am I wrong? Good day?
No.
Oh, from the right.
I think Cummings is.
We do a lot of opinion polls at times.
Go ahead real quick.
Yeah, we do a lot of opinion polls on the radio here most of the time, and sometimes you take up to 100 callers on the radio, and Mr. Cummings will get 2, 3, 4. Quite recently, Dr. Monoba started surfacing in most of the opinion polls. So I think Mr. Cummings is a little bit still far away. And
well, you've been running campaign since 2017, though.
Joma Jala, leave me.
Yeah, leave Joma Jala alone. He's not a judge. He's a fake Joma Jala.
That fake Joma Jala, you know.
Mr. Cummings been running elections since 2017. While understanding that he been running elections since 20. Listen, let us open the phone line. I know it's late. Don't take no call for America because everybody that will talk for America that Cummings people. Let's take the call for Liberia. James. Say something real quick. Why do you think the people still rejecting Mr. Cummings since 2017?
Cummings is being rejected because he has 2 heavyweights in the race who are still in the Liberian body politics. Until these people get erased from the body politics, that is when they are done. We're not going to see Cummings surfacing as any formidable force. That is until President Weah time is over, he leaves, and Boakai leaves. And then Cummings now will become the center stage for the young folks who will be joining him. He will be the old face there. But for now, it's hard. It's like Champ Weah going against Mercy and Ronaldo in a competition. So to win, Messi and Ronaldo will have to leave Europe, that the way they are living, and then you will have Holland and Mbappe taking over now. That's how Cummings is going to be like maybe in 2029. But for now, Cummings' eyes are on the ball just to, build a foundation for himself.
If that's the case, then go negotiate with somebody. maybe it was CDC or UP, and said, listen, let me negotiate. Now, who will Cummings negotiate with?
No, you can't do it.
Listen, no. Cummings can negotiate with CDC. Joel will be there 6 years. Listen, James, Joel can be there 6 years. If Boakai wins the election, that's 12 years because Jeremiah Kun will run again. But if Joel wins the election, guess what? That's only 6 years. So the chances of Cummings signing with Josh Manawia is that 2029 CDC can come back and support Cummings. I think they can negotiate on that end. But Cummings is not in the picture.
And let me just
leading the blind man.
1 minute.
2029 is not promised.
1 minute. Let's be fair with ourselves. 2029, no disrespect to Senator Jeremiah Kun. If we wins the 2023 election, the presidential election, we're gonna have Jeremiah Kun coming back. There will be no Joseph Yuma Boakai. There's no way Boakai will surface. Boakai will be off completely. Nobody will be thinking about him.
But I would say this: if Boakai wins the election, if Boakai says I'm serving only one term, so therefore Jeremiah Kun will be running for his political life again as president. Jeremiah Kun.
You know how Cummings is going to be like in 2029 or beyond. Cummings is going to be like George Weah of 2017. Where Liberian people say, let's give it to the ball.
I disagree with you.
That's
all depends if Cummings play his card right now. You have to play that card right now.
But we did not play any card with anybody.
No, he did. We have played card with Madam Salif. What the hell are you talking about?
Where?
We have played a card with Madam Salif. Come on, man.
2017.
Are you blind? Were you in both Foya? What the
Feasible. I was in Feasible.
We're feasible or visible. Come on. We have played an innocent card. He agreed with everything Madam Salif offered him just because he wanted to be president.
That was during, because Salif was not going. Let's watch and see. We are second term when we are is leaving power. For now, we are still fighting for survival. There is something in politics called interest. Interest in politics is very cardinal in everything you do. Your interest is what you go for. There's no.
What you hearing for? Let us say we know about that one.
There's no friendship in politics. So for now, we cannot do business with Cummings.
Yes, we can do business with Cummings.
Cummings and we are business will come and we are wins and we are living power.
You know who the business manager right now? You guys should know. When you talk about Cummings and we are, you get Musa Benete, you got Louis Brown, you got Togo Gabe McIntosh, you got all of them. You got all of them. They will negotiate. You got Daniel Chie that talking on Maggie every day. All the guys that will negotiate because they will find a place. But to tell the Liberian people, this election is between Josh Manawia and Joseph Yuma Boakai.
Yeah.
Make no mistake.
And
all the other people, I would say the next thing you come in, all the other people that turn one, that boning fish, that fish with plenty of boning, plenty of boom fish. You know the fish that you eat, so no boom coming from your mouth? That all the other people. This election is between President George Manawia and Joseph Yuma Boakai.
Yeah.
If anybody come up with the highest vote in the first round, that person elected the president, they will be elected. So to tell you, make no mistake about this. Mr. Cummings got money, we agree. Mr. Cummings come to America and collect a lot of money. People can laugh with it. John Manawia get money. But I would tell my Liberian people today, you know what giving John Manawia a hard time? That John Manawia giving John Manawia a hard time. The people are beating President Weah on his record. The people are going back into history and say, you lied to us, Mr. President. The people are telling President Weah, say, you promised us this, but you lied. You said we'll not be spectator in our own home. But guess what? We are not even on the field. Yeah. The people are reminding Mr. President, you spent 48 days out of the country enjoying yourself while we are suffering. We are still waiting for the report for the extrajudicial killing of Gifty Lamar. We are still waiting for the report of the death of Yansua, Bati Yansua. We are still waiting for the report. The people begin to name these things. And all you tell, say you pay children wire school fee. How would the children reach the 9th grade or 12th grade? That only way school fee they will eat. No after school program. Electricity that were way in the country. The people are holding President Weah to his own argument. They're looking at all the mansions. Look at the amount of pictures I received today of Samoa Wodokodi mansions, or Sanatua mansions. Somebody sent those pictures to us. The buildings, Findabondo or mansions. Imagine. So the people are holding President Weah to those things. But on the contrary, President Weah have an argument to make. You know the argument President Weah can make?
Mm.
Joseph Yuma Boaka, you were there for 12 years. And that's the argument President Weah can make. I'm not going to name the argument for them. They can name it themselves. Yeah, I ain't going to do that one. But I will tell you this, it's very important that everybody that come on the wayside, they will fade away. This election, Dr. George Manneh Weah, Joseph Yuma Boaka. Take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Let's see the strength. Let me ask you, James. Let's see the strength. I was talking to somebody today. Joseph Yuma Boaka, who on his side? Senator Darius Law. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yuma Boaka. Let's try to see who on the side of both ends.
Okay, the influential people on the sides of both ends.
Yes, militant. People that can wake up the crowd. They're talking about Joseph Yuma Boaka and Darius DeLong. The man that beat CDC 3 times. The messenger bring Joel himself will beat him. Darius DeLong, Thomas Falakin with all the money. He massacred Thomas Falak. Imagine Darius DeLong coming up in Monserrado County. CDC is in trouble. So what you want to say? He's flying right now. He's shining. He said, "Who the people holding folks' feet to the fire in the legislature?" One of the own. Imagine Darius DeLong in Monserrado County gave him the Joseph Yuma Boaka. The campaign manager, Yombli Kanga Lawrence. The woman I call herself rescue mother, Grand Basser. She won twice. Am I making a mistake?
No.
The second one she won narrowly.
It doesn't matter. They all doesn't matter. I'll post that in the video.
She won narrowly.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter again, I'm mute him.
Charlie, that man.
She won. She won Grand Basser. She's in Boaka Corner.
Mm-hmm.
You know what is so disturbing? Senator James Manning.
Yeah.
From Maryland. Senator James Manning. The men that are there, the government says, "Show me receipt." People listen to people like that. If those people are not Huawei, these people tell you exactly who they are. We got 3 in Joseph Boaka Corner to shake the nation. 3 of them. Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Cohen himself from Nimba. I beg you, man. Find somebody. Let somebody tell you something. Who can beat Prince Johnson in Nimba? Then you go add Jeremiah Cohen there. That's a done deal.
No, Nimba is gone.
Make your argument any which way. Liberians got to listen. That was a mistake that George Manneh Weah allowed Prince Johnson to leave. That was one of the greatest mistakes of President Weah. I don't know who fooled him. I will pause. I'm not going to name the rest of the Prince Moeden. No. I'm going to pause on this one. I want to ask you, James. Say you support CDC. For them. No.
When did I declare my support for CDC?
No. Since God bless you, you win the Euro, you're not Kumasi or Chambly, you're not Chambly. Let me ask you, James. Tell me who can move the crowd on George Manneh's side today. And we'll open the phone line. Let somebody tell us who can move the crowd on George Manneh's side today.
Okay, let's begin with you're talking about people who can move the crowd. Let's begin with Koji. Koji has influence in Monserrado County among the young people. I cover him as a journalist for more than 2 years. I know about that. The young folks in Monserrado County really go for Koji. Next, Senator Sir Joseph is another influential individual who is
Are you making Koji first than Sir Joseph second in Monserrato?
No. I just naming people.
Man. I will ask you again. I want to give you a chance because you made a mistake. Who can move? Who in George Manor we are corner right now? When they blow that whistle, people start running coming. Who?
In terms of the young people, among young people within the party, Koji stand out among everyone, including Sir Joseph, Senator Sir Joseph, including him. But when it comes to Monserrato as a county and Senator Joseph performances over the years, Senator Joseph has the crowd, and he's one of the aspirant, if I may name it, maybe he already registered or not. I don't know anything about it.
Sir Joseph?
Yeah, he did.
Running. Come on, talk to us.
Okay, so he's one of the prospective candidates that everybody's saying that he already won before election. That's one person. Minister McGill can move the crowd. We saw what he did today in Margibi County. His crowd, arguably, his crowd can be compared to a presidential candidate.
James, you name three. I beg you. I beg you. Hold on to three.
Allow me to name now.
No, I named three. You named three. I named
I just show you a senatorial candidate crowd compared to a presidential candidate.
James, you name Sir Joseph. You name your godfather, Emerson Koji, and you name Nathaniel McGill. So let me name my own. I name Darius DeLong, Yomli Kanga Lawrence, and James Barney. 3 for 3. James, Monserrato County. Can you bring Jefferson Koji close to Darius DeLong?
If you bring DeLong now, in terms of popularity, I will not compare Minister McGill with DeLong.
I said Jefferson Koji. Don't switch. McGill is in McGibby, man. Come on, don't confuse yeah. I said Jefferson Koji in Monserrato County. Can you compare him to Darius DeLong?
How can I compare a man who won 2 elections with another person who is yet to win? I would compare Senator DeLong with Senator
Sir Joseph.
Yeah, okay, good comparison. The reason why I asked you because I want you to bring Sir Joseph up and kill Jefferson Koji down.
Yes, Sir Joseph, Senator Joseph, and DeLong.
Exactly. Jefferson Koji and his record, they're upon the rival. Nobody gonna go beyond Jefferson Koji. Not even in the chicken sense. Okay, you know why? Because Jefferson Koji get a bad record. He got a bad record. So they move and bring Sir Joseph in the picture. Let's talk about Sir Joseph and we talk about Darius DeLong.
Currently, Monserrato Senator Joseph is popular than DeLong.
Say that?
Currently in Monserrato County, Senator Joseph is popular than Senator DeLong because Senator Joseph is going for election. He has been in the communities working. I covered him before coming. Senator DeLong won his election almost a year or plus ago. Senator DeLong is now running again. People only judging Senator DeLong now as per his performances, in the House. People saying we voted for you, we need you this, and praising him for some of the good jobs that he's doing. But Joseph is with these people every day. So in terms of popularity now in Monserrato, Senator Joseph is a little bit ahead of DeLong because DeLong.
Let's bring in Nelson. Nelson, talk to us.
Yeah. So, with respect to that comparison, comparing Senator DeLong and Senator Sir Joseph right now, in terms of popularity, yes, Senator DeLong slipped at some point. There were certain things he did, and then he came back and apologized to people, to the Liberian people. That took away little from his popularity, his influence. But at the same time, we can say Senator Sir Joseph is more popular right now than Senator DeLong, considering what Senator DeLong did. Despite he's not running right now, but Senator DeLong he's still one of those senators who is putting for the issues of the Liberian people, challenging, his colleagues on different issues.
Can I say this real quick? I beg you, listen. And you know what? Again, I like our discussion because all the other people there, they don't moon that can give me headache. Fago can talk plenty. Thank God he's not yet right now. Let me say this to you, James. Though Senator Dillon is not running again till 2029, but you know why? If you put Senator Dillon and Senator Sir Joseph together in the race, my brother, the CDC record. But hold on now.
You let Dillon
race because 2023 election. Dillon will be fighting for JMB. Sir Joseph will be fighting for CDC.
Challenge Dillon and the entire opposition.
Let me finish, man. Put your hand down, man. Go get
Sir
yourself.
Joseph will massacre him. You know what they call massacre? The massacre will go on. You let Dillon.
When you finish, you begging me for facing, I don't mind. Let me tell you something.
The massacre will take place in that country.
James, you know what disturbing Sir Joseph? I will say this to you. Sir Joseph as an individual, people appreciate him. But Sir Joseph with the name CDC,
and that's it. Definitely.
Sir Joseph does not need CDC to win election.
No, let me finish. I am not saying he needs CDC to win election. I am saying Sir Joseph plus the name CDC. That's the name that he bear. He wear that hat on his head. He put the jersey on, though they don't have no size for him because all the jerseys small, his stomach too big. But he wear that jersey. He wear it. So therefore, Sir Joseph having the CDC problem.
No, that's a big joke.
Sir Joseph having the CDC problem. Election time, Sir Joseph cannot deliver for George Manawia. We are talking about who can deliver for the political leader. Sir Joseph cannot deliver for George Manawia as compared to Darius Dillon delivering for JMB. Am I lying?
No, not. You're right. You're right.
Dillon will not. No. I disagree.
Hold on. I see all of your stuttering. Hold on 1 minute.
I disagree. Dillon cannot deliver compared to.
I agree on that. I agree on that.
I see Nelson, I will come to you. Can Sir Joseph deliver for George Manawia as compared to Darius Dillon delivering for JMB in Montserrat County? Nelson, you go first.
Okay, so I think Senator Dillon is in a position to deliver more in Montserrat County right now than Senator Sir Joseph. And the reason is the electors in our country, they go after people who will stand up to the government. If you are at the legislature, for example, the reason why now most people consider Representative Yeke Koluba as a hero is because of the way he stands up. Some people do not agree with the way his choice of words and everything, but the fact that he disagrees with the government issues, he stands up, he talks about issues, and he presents it rather as an advocacy in the interest of the Liberian people. It makes more people to gravitate towards him. So Senator Sir Joseph could do the same thing, but based on the fact that he's in CDC, there are certain lengths that he can go in terms of advocacy right now.
That's the truth, James. So we don't have enough. Let's bring in James. James, do you think that Sir Joseph can deliver for CDC for Dr. John Manawia the way with Darius James Van Dillon will deliver for JMB?
Yes.
You need a haircut. You need a haircut ASAP.
Don't worry, I will come ahead. Senator Joseph, I'm coming, right? I covered both individuals. I covered Senator Dillon and Senator Joseph during I covered Dillon during his election time. Dillon won 2 elections with 4 political parties. Senator Joseph are banned in communities.
I'm not telling you stop wasting my time, man.
The DPS part of Montserrat, where people
with the name George Weah on that ticket, can he deliver for George Weah?
Yes. Most people who are going to be voting for Senator Joseph, trust me, they're going to vote for George Weah, not because of Weah, not because of the name Weah, but what Senator Joseph will tell them, the same as Minister McGill, what he's going to tell them. Senator Joseph is going to win if we are not careful. His number is going to surpass
Joseph will win because of Senator Joseph, not because of CDC.
They will
Senator
vote.
Joseph.
They will vote for CDC because
let
of
me help
Senator
you.
Joseph.
James, let me help
Yeah.
you. And again, I will pay for your next semester for you to do deeper politics in your school, political science. Senator Sir Joseph will win because of Senator Sir Joseph.
He will win because of Senator Joseph
listen,
and the CDC.
listen. Senator Sir Joseph will win because of the goodness, okay? Because of his good behavior. His output, though he supported CDC and he took everything and he gave President George Manawia everything President George Manawia asked for. But Liberian people remember that little thing that Sir Joseph did for them.
Yes.
He visited them when they were sick. He fed them when they were hungry. He didn't go there as CDC. He went there as Sir Joseph. He sent students out of the country as Sir Joseph, not CDC. He took his own money and tapped into businesses as Sir Joseph, not CDC. And because of this, James, I am telling you today, Sir Joseph will win election because of the name Sir Joseph, not CDC. And you got to understand
and
this.
that will also help the CDC.
Nah, man, come on, man.
Some of those who are going to vote for him will vote for CDC because of Sir Joseph.
Brother, you will have split vote. People will see Sir Joseph's name and they will see George Weah's name. People will take their right hand and put it on George Weah and they will take the left hand and put it on George Weah's picture and use their right hand to check Sir Joseph's name. That's what will happen.
Yeah, that's
they will
also
take the left hand
possible.
and put on George Weah's face. Because when they look on George Weah's face, you know they will be looking at, when they look on George Weah's face, they will be looking at nothing but trouble for 6 more years. So they will cover it.
And again, one thing, Montserrat County, in my lifetime, this is the first time that Montserrat County is going to election, where we're talking about senatorial election. The incumbent or the front runner has no pressure. They don't have pressure. We saw 2 people coming from the CDC with so many things, and yes, it was very tough for DeLong. But for now, Senator Joseph is going to election with no pressure. And you said something. We should not dream about it in our lifetime on earth. We should not dream about it where Senator DeLong will go against Senator Joseph in Montserrat County. It would be a disaster in politics.
Remember, I go say that, right?
No, I'm serious. It would be a disaster in politics.
A haircut. Everybody,
we should never think about it in our lifetime.
Every time you go get a haircut, he's suffering.
No, I bet Mr. Maseju, I would do that.
Yeah, you gotta get a haircut before you come out here tomorrow.
We should never think about it. It would be a disaster in politics for DeLong to go against Senator Joseph in Montserrat County. Lama Mense Ebiao.
I would say this to you, James, and to all of our many followers. We say thank you for hanging with us. I don't know why James can take some calls. James, why your cell phone number? Put it up and take some calls. You gotta see people. Emmy always follow us. Man, I respect this lady. Yeah, for real.
Come here. Okay, plus.
Tell you, put a number up, James. Let him
I'm
call.
trying to look for my number. My number used to be up here. I'm checking for it.
But I believe that JMB got stronger folks on his side compared to George Manawia.
No, he has.
He does. Stronger folks.
If Weah is not careful, he's a former president.
Oh, what did you just say?
I said if Weah is not careful, he's a former president.
Wait, but on a serious note, though, say what you want to say. Seriously. Joe Weah is serious trouble.
He's a former president even before election.
Serious trouble. And I don't know how he can turn this thing around. I want you to call the Liberian people and talk to them. I just don't know how you can turn this thing around because it is important to know. There is no way, no coming back for President Weah. President Weah traveled to Israel. He brought in the war. The people said, we don't want you. They're on the Dead Sea. They're floating. The people said, we don't want you. President Weah begged the prime minister. He begged the president of Israel. Even the Israelis say, my man, go solve your own problem. We get our own Palestinians to deal with. It's serious.
The number already up. You can call.
Yeah, people call you. Put my number up. Let it call me too. Let's have some good conversation tonight. I got nowhere to go.
So the number that on the screen plus 231 555 11 99. Don't call direct. Call on WhatsApp.
Yeah, but again, I also want to incorporate this. It is very, very important to say, if you think that Joseph can beat Delon in Monserrato, we want to know. I know what the Nelson is gone. Nelson
But
gone.
that's I told you it will be a
You put my number
disaster.
up. You put my number up. You gotta
No,
know.
only one number can be all one at a time.
Oh, only your CDC people will call you. I know that.
Why not CDC, man? Why I gotta do a CDC?
Big, yeah. The mistake, listen, Joe made a mistake. Joe shouldn't have allowed Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Cone to go. That was a bad mistake. You agree with me, good day?
I think I partly.
What do you mean partly?
Hello?
Radio.
Please walk away from your monitor. All right.
Walk away from
your monitor. Hello? Hello? Yeah, your name and where you calling from? Go ahead and make your point.
We're not hearing the man.
Carlos didn't want to contest for the seat of senatorial position in Monserrato County. It was not long because it was nothing came from just the voting party alone. But this one happened all because the two of them. The following senator did not have the two of them for you to say in the same way you compare San Jose and the Monserrato County with you of like a serious base match, especially using the word in the Atlanta and completed this at you. Right now, the following it cannot be compared to
you hearing us?
No, it's fine. Bring it closer.
All right, go ahead. Continue. Okay, he's off.
He said we disagree with.
He said he disagreed with me.
Oh,
hello? Hello? Please do your monitor. We're hearing ourselves.
Hello?
All right. When you call...
Nelson, come back, man. Come back, Nelson. Open the phone line. People up. Thank you, Nelson,
hello?
for coming back. But James, put it in down now. What are you showing us this thing for?
I think that Nelson. Hello?
Oh, no, okay.
Nelson, open the phone line. Open the phone line. Let's take calls from
hello?
Our viewer,
okay, so the lines are already ringing. So we go. James, can we go to the...
Go ahead.
Okay, so take our first caller here. Good evening, you live.
Yeah, this was a call from rehab, yeah.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, let me say good evening to the CEO there. And 11 between Darren Taylor and Sanchez there. Take it for me on that. Sanchez will massacre your character because they like Senator. Because people who went to vote him, they are regretting what else.
Okay, thank you. Let's take another person. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, you live. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Okay, I'm Brown Tagwe.
Okay, go ahead quickly, Brown.
You know, I want to say one thing. People should listen to me clearly. Okay? This time.
Man, put a baby to sleep by. We'll tell you see what issue yet.
Just the 3 times, there are others too that there was a problem that hit us.
Man, we here for cheering the crowd on the show. Put somebody else on.
Good evening. Hello? Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, James.
Okay, go ahead. You live.
Yeah, my name is Thomas K. Blama. I am fasting Jamanse.
Blama, let's hear you quickly.
Yeah, when it comes to election between Dillon and Senator Joseph, Dillon with this Senator Joseph with one margin. No matter if he imported bosses that he brought for his own personal gain and his candidates that he paid for his personal gain, LeBron will not be
the question about
against
Thank you. Thank you.
That's my contribution for tonight.
Thank you. Hello. Good evening. Okay. Hello. You live.
Yeah, good evening.
Okay, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from.
Yeah, my name is Vanny and I call you from Corwin. Hello?
Yeah, Vanny, go ahead.
Vanny, make your point, Vanny.
Yeah, I hear Jim discussing that if Barron don't go against that, it will be a very massacre. How we call it? And so there's a massacre to them. For the past 2 elections, Barron went against the whole CDC. Even if they were involved, it can be a lot for high calls political, and from there he's happy for even the Tonon fella. And that was just whipped them massively. So what if you beat the start? You said that what will happen?
Okay.
That was going to whip him massively.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello? Okay. Oh, no. You're not coming in clear. Okay, let's... No, you're not coming in clearly. Let's take this person. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, this argument, all of us are Joseph and that was the Lord. But the people are already playing a part. That was the Lord has played his part for most of the country. And definitely, anybody who deceived themselves was Joseph and that was the Lord going through. The Lord will be, Joseph will be able to beat down the Lord. The life set. That the Lord will beat them massively. It's not a joke. That's all the Put tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very
That's
much.
all the Put.
Hello?
We get some calls too. Nelson, let me get some people.
Okay, this person on the line, James. Let me just put in this person.
No,
Hello,
let's
you
set
live?
this thing straight, Nelson. Nelson, let's set it straight.
Nelson.
Nelson, Darius DeLon, and Sir Joseph will not be in the race. My question: who can deliver Moseralo to the political leader? Can Sir Joseph deliver Moseralo to George Weah, or can Darius DeLon deliver Moseralo to Joseph Yeman Boakai? Let's have this conversation. It's about them.
Okay. So I think it's clear now out there. So if you're making your point should just be in that line. Hello?
Let me get this call
Okay,
out.
good.
I saw your friend
Jim-
from the UP calling.
No, this person on the line.
Let's
Let's-
I saw your UP people there
Go ahead.
calling.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me say good evening to you guys. This is Justin Bingba and I'm phoning for the round few hours.
Okay.
Let's look at the historicity in terms of opposition in the ruling party. Mosirado Kante has not fallen to any ruling party. Go back when CDC were in opposition the other day. Mosirado Kante never settled down for ruling party. Get that one clear. Then with Senator Delion, massive performance from Mosirado Kante that doesn't settle for ruling party, and you can't bring Sir Joseph before.
So Senator Joseph and Senator Delon, who can deliver best for
This is
their...
why I'm saying here, Mosirado Kante cannot settle down for a ruling party. Combined with Senator Delion, a massive performance, they bring Georgia and Sir Joseph before.
No, that's it. That's what the message is serious though. Listen, Nelson, pause it right there. It's very, very serious. It's very serious.
Why?
For you to say that Madame Selig didn't win Moserado because she was there 2011, the people rejected her. James, you know the story. Delon, on the other hand, he's coming with flying colors. They're not fighting. Youngly fighting. This thing is not looking good for George Manawea. The people are saying Delon can deliver Moserado Kante to Joseph Yeman Boakai compared to Sir Joseph delivering
To me, I
Moserado
believe
Kante.
that Joseph Boakai will deliver Moserado for himself because he lives in Moserado and he works with the people of Moserado.
No, you're trying to change the conversation here now. You're trying to talk Tabata. Man, take calls, man, Nelson. Take calls. Don't listen to this.
Let me get some calls. I have somebody on the line. Hello.
Align me with UP now.
Hello.
Okay, let's take this. Okay, James, you can call.
Hello.
Yeah, your name and where you calling from?
This is John Paul Dodo calling from Charlotte, North Carolina.
1 minute.
Yeah, with the argument, I don't think even with Jesus Christ cannot deliver Moserado to CDC at this moment. Neither Sir Joseph. So the argument with Jesus and Sir Joseph is dead. Nobody can deliver Moserado to CDC at this moment.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, you live.
Yeah, this is Foley, and I'm joining from Conway.
Okay, go ahead.
And I would going to deliver Moserado to Ambassador JMB.
Okay. Thank you. Hello?
Good evening.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say good morning to your many listeners this morning. This is Bobby Abu Menska. I joined the discussion this morning from District 6 or SD Kubaru. You see, James need to know one thing. You know, Mosurado is an intellectual class hero. The reason you see Senator Dillon will always be popular over Sir Joseph is simple. Because we elected both of them, and Senator Dillon is doing the will of the people to advocate, not to buy buses, to undermine the National Transport Authority, not to go and build a personal property. Then you call that popularity for Sir Joseph. When you put Dillon and Sir Joseph, no man, Dillon will pull the crowd because Mosurado decide who will be the next president. You know, opposition controls Mosurado. You follow the record for
the people speaking. The man right. The man right. I mean, Sir Joseph is my friend, but the man right. He's right.
The law has the number, and Dillon will pull the crowd to the rescue tree. Thank you.
Thank you. James, you got
those are all Unipally people.
He ain't got no
I know
call.
that
He
guy.
ain't
He's
got
from the
no call.
Unipally.
Folks, let me say this to you. Monday will be wonderful. You're taking calls? Take 5
Good morning.
calls.
Okay, 5 more calls. So
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo calling from district number 4.
Bobo, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, sometimes things are around. So the thing that happened here, the industry that the bosses are just get around. That's why we beat Dillon. Let me tell you something. Today you conduct election here between Sir Joseph and Dillon. Dillon will beat Sir Joseph with 300,000.
So the question is, Senator Dillon and Senator Sir Joseph, who can deliver? Who will pull the crowd to deliver for their political leader? That's what we're asking.
Dillon will deliver Mosurado County to Joseph Yeman Boakai.
Okay.
You see, even County will pull up crowd to give that country to Joe Boakai. So that's what we are out.
Thank you. So the second call.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your 5 calls because it's getting interesting.
Yeah, let me get this call.
Clarence, go ahead.
Hold on the line. We're coming to you next.
There is no conspiracy between Darrell Dillon and Senator Joseph. Everybody have an opinion. When you hear Sir Joseph talking for Liberian in that hall, all is for himself. All the businesses he's doing is for himself. Even now, Darrell Dillon will deliver, I can say, 100% to 2% when it comes to Sir Joseph and Darrell Dillon. Secondly, if even you put 2 of them in a race, Darrell Dillon will beat him massively. He make it his own business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello?
Okay, let me get this call. Hello.
Okay, James, you can bring that call.
Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Emmanuel calling from Stephen Tower Estate.
1 minute.
Okay, let's set the stage like this. We, the Liberians, have been betrayed. The betrayal is this. Yeah, the betrayal is this. The whole stage of this election should have been set like this. We wanted Cummins to have gone with Joe Barker as fast. And Cummins let us down.
He carried us by the 1847?
Just wait. That's the first betrayal. The second betrayal is we, the Liberians, wanted Costa to have gone for the senatorial position to battle Sir Joseph because we were betrayed by Sir Joseph. Sir Joseph.
You think Costa Abraham will have it low?
Yes, Sir Joseph had never talked for us in the house. Yeah, the only thing we hear Sir Joseph did, and he go back and get his pay for breaking ambulance for we the Liberian people doing the Ebola time. So Joseph do this, he go and collect his bad pay for this. So we are heavily disenchanted. But the reason here is Sir Joseph will go with flying color is because we don't have anybody who will stand up to Sir Joseph in this election because the person who wanted have already let us down. So we are like frustrated and we just like take it. That's why Sir Joseph will win the Delco most of the election. But now that he did,
your men are getting the whole point.
To carry.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. To finish up the call from Morovia, we got to go. Folks, join us on Monday on the Extra Downtown of Spoon Talk. It will be James Gooden Flomo, the nursing or whosoever that will be producing. We have our extra 45 minutes downtown to discuss the after topic. It's very important. Can Darius DeLone, Senator Abraham Darius DeLone, James Brown, deliver Mosurado to Joseph Yeman Boakai? Or can Senator Sir Joseph deliver Musarado to President George Manuel Weah. Folks, listen, there's a lot of things in place. It's just looking bad for CDC.
Can I get this lady?
Let me finish. And
She
because
been
it looks so
calling since.
let me finish. Just one more second. Because it looks so bad for CDC. Yeah, bring her in. Send us a lady. Let's just take her. Bring her in, James.
Oh, CEO
She
is
dropped it
there.
on.
Every call him, and so
The man, people are not sure. So again, somebody's asking for my number. I will call my number 609-649-4206. That's my phone number. I will say this to everyone listening to us. This is very, very embarrassing for CDC. The possibility of CDC losing Musarado County is very clear. And that's what I spoke. I said, I wish. And, I hope Costa can come in the corner. Because if you have somebody like Mo Ali, someone like Darius DeLong.
Mo Ali can give vote.
My man, let me make my case and you make your case. Okay? Imagine, Nelson, imagine you get Darius DeLong and Yeke Koluba standing up, organizing Musarado. Nelson, imagine Yeke Yakwabulo Koluba.
but
And
CEO,
Darius DeLong.
Yaga is in between right now.
No, forget about that in between.
Yeke will not even support him.
Forget about that in between. You know that Yeke cannot support CDC. You know that. But
Yeah,
imagine
but he would not go with Joseph Walker on campaign.
Okay, James. Let me talk my own now. You already putting the CDC thing out there. Chill. Imagine. Listen. Yeke Koluba and Darius DeLong combine forces and say we will be in Newcombe Town Hall from Point 4 Junction all the way to Funde. It will be locked down. Make no mistake. The people afraid of DeLong in Musarado. CDC greatest fear. DeLong beat them the first time, beat them the second time, beat them the third time, and they don't say you're bringing Joe Weah. So 2023, October 10th, CDC said we'll bring in Joe Weah. Let's see if you can beat Joe Weah. Then Sir Joseph, you want Paul? Sir Joseph, even if you call CDC name right now, Sir Joseph scared. Sir Joseph scared to mention the name CDC. Sir Joseph is so afraid to mention the name CDC, he calling his Baptist brothers to pray for him. You know he's from Baptist Seminary. Sir Joseph calling his Baptist brother Mark, brother Peter. He said, you'll pray for me. We are not saying he will not win. He will win because opposition got nobody strong against him. The only strongest person that will go in against Sir Joseph was Costa. Costa Rene, Sir Joseph got a flying color. Women Pay cannot beat Sir Joseph. The other lady from ANC, what's her name? Josephine? What's her name?
Madam
Victoria Kwekwe. She cannot beat Sir Joseph. That's just wasting water on top of back. Women Pay, the former UP chairman, he cannot beat Sir Joseph. Who else on the list again? Running against Sir Joseph? They can't. They cannot win. Sir Joseph will win Musarado. It's like you're getting Musarado just on the white. It's not because of CDC. It's because of what he have done for the people. When they were sick, he visited them. When they were hungry, he fed them. When they were in trouble, he went to the prison. He opened his arms. Though he's not perfect. But that is for Sir Joseph. That's not for Joe Weah. And the Liberian people need to listen. So if you bring about CDC, Sir Joseph, it will be bad for him. So Sir Joseph running away from CDC. You see my girl? My girl doing everything possible to run from CDC. CDC ready. CDC said, no. We will put you on the ticket as a sedition. You will run on the CDC. So folks, it's a beautiful show. A wonderful show. Can you say the same thing in Maryland? Can James Bannon deliver Maryland to Joseph Boakai while Alexander Cummings is the son of Maryland? Can you
Cummings
say that?
is 0 in Maryland.
Huh?
Cummings is 0 in Maryland County.
Cummings is 0?
Yeah.
Wow. Cummings he's from Maryland, and you say he's 0?
He's 0.
Why do people of Maryland reject Mr. Cummings? Why?
Because he's not connected with the people. There's something called connectivity.
But 2017, the man been running. That's the only place the man can second, Maryland. So why is that he's not connected?
Cummings should not become second or third in Maryland. He should be first because that's where he's from. I spoke with Marylanders, real people who are residing there, and their major disappointment is Cummings does not have a single kitchen, just a bathroom for people to bathe there for himself.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Cummings go to Maryland. What do he sleep? Why? Cummings got a place in Maryland.
Cummings is sleeping in guest house. Anytime he enters Maryland.
Cummings?
Yeah.
In
Cummings
Maryland?
sleeps in guest house in Maryland County. He does not have anything.
Seriously?
Call anybody from Maryland.
Nelson, is that true?
That's why I heard myself.
Cummings not get one kitchen at this in Maryland County.
No, Mr. Cummings, you can't do that. No. Open the phone line. Maybe somebody will tell us. 5 calls quick. Mr. Cummings.
If I could locate a message, I'll come and bring the message. It's just that the person sent a message to me a very long time. The last time Cummings went to Maryland, the guest house and all they went to. Cummings that stranger in your own area. I can't go to Lofa County, I go to guest house. Except if I just want to, socialize or so forth.
Cummings ain't get nothing in Maryland.
He get bathroom. Don't say anything. Bathroom to bathe in Maryland. He get.
No.
Cummings can pay for bathroom before he take out in Maryland.
I know that woman.
Oh, but they make a going guest house. When you go in guest house, you're not paying money. They're free.
No, sometimes for security purpose, James.
My man, that's it. Open the phone and ask the people. Cummings get place in Maryland or he doesn't?
Okay, so let's talk to this person. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Okay, you're live on the show.
Thank you very much. This is Lucky Samuel and I join you from Lokinka.
Are you from Maryland County?
I am not from Maryland County, but my sister married in Maryland County.
Okay, what do you know about this?
You just confirm what is the reality about Cummings in Maryland County, and I can ask you, you can ask you even 10 or 15 callers for here. They'll give you the same information. And I kept listening. And I kept listening to your discussion, Cummings. Look,
Cummings get place in Maryland or not?
As long he feel this 2023, any other candidate that come before Cummings now, they'll flock him.
Okay, so you called to confirm if the Cummings has a place in Maryland County or not?
No, he has nothing there. Okay. He always use the hotel and other stuff. That's all.
Are you serious, James? I didn't know this. Mama, tell the other call quick. Tell the other call.
It is a holy secret.
Hello?
Good evening.
Okay, good evening.
Cummings can pay for bathroom before he take bath.
Okay, hello, Joe. Are you from Maryland County? What do you know about this?
I am not from Maryland, but getting reliable information. Remember the trader coming when recently in Maryland County, Yuchi Nimle. There's more Yuchi who is a public officer for the ANC in Montreal in Liberia. Confirmed that Cummings stopped to our guest house. And the question was raised whether house in Maryland or not. And saying he cannot deny or confirm. All in your conference is that Cummings letting our guest house, people went to a guest house, to a hotel, to a guest house, and said that clearly. So yes, it is clear. For the first time, Cummings visited
his so Desmond didn't deny or confirm that. Thank you very much, Ella.
Cummings he can pay for bathroom before he take out his own county. Joey, I can't do it much around. I can't go to Lofa and pay for bathroom to take out.
Let me hear for the people, James, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Cummings, even George Brown said, "No, I have horse in when it's for things." So, Cummings, that's not an issue. Because
let me ask you, my friend. My friend, wait, now, let me ask you. So you are saying that Cummings, saying that the people must vote for Cummings first, then he'll be us in Maryland? My man.
Are you getting the question?
Yeah, what you say about the question?
My man, let me ask you if you can hear me. Don't get vexed. Can you hear me?
Hello?
My man, Nelson, tell that man to go, man.
The guy is not hearing the question. So we still taking.
No.
Yeah. Morning. How are you?
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Mambu Fighter, and I call you from Lokintown. Quickly, let me just tell you something. I went to school in Maryland County. I was on the dormitory. I was attending Tottenham University. Then if you say that, and I speak to you, I still have my colleagues and things, and then we gave each other information and things because I'm also a pressman.
But man, just talk. Come and get us in Maryland by. You will see our time.
I have a uncle in Maryland County. I will tell you that it's not true. As we speak right now, Maryland, as we speak right now, the only two topics or the only two persons right now in Maryland County is CDC or Joseph Imam Boakai.
Okay, thank you.
As it stands right now, Joseph Boakai has more fame right now in Maryland County.
Wait. Stop. Hold on the call yet. Hold on. Exactly. This is what we like to do, folks. Seriously, James. It is shocking. Very much shocking.
It is not a secret in Liberia.
But I don't know. All this time I read it, I didn't know.
You beyond the river.
James, listen. Mr. Cummings.
Secret in Liberia.
Mr. Cummings from Maryland. Mr. Cummings from Maryland, though.
He from there.
Why is he abandoning his people? Why is he rejected? Why is he running away from the Marylanders? Why?
Because he never thought today was coming.
This is the worst information I have received in my whole life. I thought Mr. Cummings
I get a text. Right? The text I received in the group chat where they were discussing about it. Let me tell you.
Put it up. Nelson, take 2 more calls. Why James put this thing up? Mr. Cummings,
let me download it.
The people voted him. He came second in Maryland. And for 6 years, he refused to help them.
Yeah, I'm Emmanuel Gardiner the second, and I do join you from Bagnosville. But the reality remains that I'm from Maryland County, and just the gone April, I was in Maryland County.
Okay.
If we are like discussing property in Maryland County, I think it might gonna be president for Liberia, then Alexander Cummings.
Then you will be you.
Well, let me ask the guy a question, Nelson. Let me ask him a question. Keep him on.
Okay, listen for a question.
Let me ask you a question, my friend. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
Thank you very much. You are from Maryland. Why do you think Cummings refused to have a property or a home in Maryland whatsoever? Why do you think so?
So the thing is this. Mr. Cummings, without this respect to Mr. Cummings, I mean, these guys, they were like maybe out of the country, never thought of what they wanted to become in the future, and so they never had time of investing in where they are from. And Maryland County is from. Look, let me tell you something, CEO and the others in studio. If Cummings will get votes for Maryland County, maybe it is because of Honorable Dan Morale, who has the popularity in Maryland County. But Cummings' name itself cannot give him the vote that he thinks he can win in Maryland County on a serious note.
Okay. See you.
Seriously.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Hello. Good evening. Go
Good
ahead.
evening.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Michael Williamson. I join you from Pinsville tonight. Nothing. You see, on this very platform, we said this thing over and over and again that Cummings, the only closer way to the presidency is through Joseph Yuma Boakai. He never listened to us until today. We can see that indeed Cummings is losing serious grip in losing ground in this country. In Maryland, for me, I'm a commercial driver. I'm always in Cleveland, always in Maryland County. That means Cummings, my brother, don't waste your time. The people of Maryland County, that meant a stranger, it's a complete stranger. Those who interact with in Maryland.
I'm kind of disturbed with this, man. I want to share tears with this one. Nelson, tell the guy, thank you. We got another caller here, then from there we'll come back in the studio. My friend, what's your name? And where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Amos Raja. I'm calling from Waterloo, Iowa.
Talk to us.
Yeah, CEO, you know the problem about Liberians. They only show us when we want power from the people. That's what happening to Mr. Kumi. We only show up, we only come out to show ourselves out to the people when we need something for them. But Mr. Kumi, they never have the thought of tomorrow I'm going to go back home to become somebody in my country. So they never thought of coming back home to their own native.
No, but my brother from Waterloo, thank you very much, because we got to go. James, put that down real quick. My brother from Waterloo, I'm kind of confused. The folks from Maryland, they voted for Mr. Cummings. He came second in Maryland. My question, James, my question to you, James, why Mr. Cummings turned his back on his people for 6 years? Couldn't he go back to the country and build something and invest in something? I mean, I want to share tears. How can we treat our fellow Liberians like that? Why are we sitting on the show to talk about Mr. Cummings rejecting the Marylanders? Why are we on a program to talk about Mr. Cummings refusing to invest in his own people? Listen, guys, let's be serious. Say what you want to say about me.
Dr. Richardson coming back.
Thank God let Dr. Richardson come back. Thank God let Dr. Richardson come back. Because somebody need to answer for this. I didn't know. I never knew that Mr. Cummings had Maryland. Dr. Richardson, call your entire ANC folks. They can come on. I care less. But I'm shocked tonight, folks. I want to cry. I mean, what's going on? Lord have mercy. What's really going on? James,
the text message, I'm not hardly any identity. It took place in ANC chat.
Please put the text message on. I beg you, let's read it.
Okay.
If
ANC
anyone
chat
knows it, let's show love and convince them about our candidate plan and vision for a better Liberia we all deserve. I'm from Maryland County, Harper District. But when I try to engage my people, even my own household, all they say is, if you believe that Mr. Cummings have this county as his origin, then why he doesn't want to have or build a house here? Dr. Richardson, this is from the ABC 2023 Alexander Cummings 2023 chat room. You have Mark H. replying to Arnett. People are saying Mark Arthur is saying everything. Why Mr. Cummings turned his back on the people of Maryland? Why Mr. Cummings? Why? He abandoned them. James, put the other one down here. We got so many of them. Put this one down. Dr. Richardson, thank you for coming. Speak Liberian facts. Speak Liberian
that the best fact that the best way for me to go.
Let's get this thing straight. Why Mr. Cummings? Why Mr. Cummings turned his back on the people of Maryland? Why? Why? What the people did to him so that is so worse that he has turned his back on them?
Let me tell you, I think you are just giving some kind of cheap politics to the Liberian people right now. I heard, I've been walking, and I heard exactly what Kute had to say.
So you're
Making
working
all
fast.
kind of you guys are talking about here. Look, the George Weah built a house in Nukuta, the place that you are from, besides his mom's house.
So we are not from Nukuta.
I don't care where you're from. Wherever you're from. I don't
Nukuta.
Wherever you're from, did he build a house there?
I'm very with George Weah. I told you Mr. Cummings.
If you are going to use the same standard for all of the presidential candidate, then let's do that. But you
Cummings got bathroom in Maryland. Cummings got bathroom in Maryland.
Cummings has a house in Single.
Yeah.
I know that.
Not single, man. We're single. We're talking about single. We're not talking about single. We're talking about Maryland. Where his father and his mother came from. We're talking about Maryland. We're talking about Maryland. It's good they come back on the show. We are talking about Maryland, Dr. Richardson. We are talking about Maryland, not single. The one he getting single, not for him. It's for a corporation. It's not for Mr. Cummings himself. Don't do that thing to the Labrador people.
Bring it document to show me that I am house. Bring it document to show me that I am house.
That he built.
Bring it
Where is
document to
Mr.
show me
Cummings' that he built in Maryland?
I am telling you.
Baka.
Look, you could now one year because you're talking about talk from Mr. Cummings.
Baka can't pay for bathroom to take by in Lofa.
Well, you, Mr. Cummings is a private citizen. You do not expect to have.
He
wants to have a home in which is Morovia.
That's a Richardson. That's a Richardson. That's a Richardson. I beg you, Mama. This is your show. But I let the fact that we took the extra time to tell the Liberian people, I'm shy. James, put out the other text message. Let's read it to the people up tonight. If you are in
he can't pay for
how do I know that message? 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 How do I know the message is not fake?
I want you to listen.
You trust what James Kude has in his phone?
And
I don't trust what
I published this message on May 16th.
Yeah, until Judgment Day.
On May 16th.
I authenticate that message. So stop showing it to that great people. Stop showing that great people. You cannot authenticate that message.
Let's read the message. Let's read the message. The message said, Dr. Richardson, thank you for joining Spoon again. We need to get away from tribal politics. This is why our leader doesn't focus on having a county as a stronghold. He wants Liberia to be his stronghold. Liberia, seriously? You don't want that? Come on, man. Come on, Mr. Cummings. Come on.
You know.
How can Liberia be a stronghold?
Dr. Richardson, let me read the people
message.
Dr. Richardson.
Let me say something. You I have too much fun. I've been walking for almost an hour now. You don't have too much. You are talking all kind of things about Mr. Cummings that you're in Liberia people listen to you. Okay? Look, this is where we are in Liberia right now. We need to tell the people about who can stop corruption in our country, who can build good health care. We need to kind of talk about who got.
Allow me to interrupt Dr. Richardson. Let me finish the text message. She doesn't want me to finish it. I will finish it. Let's forget about those Asian days politics and focus on the reality ahead. It's about Liberia. Don't forget, Maryland is also part of Liberia. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Maryland is part of Liberia. Make no mistake. Mr. Cummings, he's a millionaire. Make no mistake, he's the richest politician in the place. Make no mistake, he collected money from Michigan. He collected money from Chicago. He collected money from North Carolina. He went to Australia. He went to Canada. He was in Trenton. He was in Philadelphia. The man raking in the cash. But the man got one Zen shot in Maryland.
He forgot today, yesterday.
He forgot today was coming. I hope you are not getting me wrong here. Why it is true, we think the Liberia as a whole. Don't you think that our vision bearer need to have a home in his county of origin?
That shows seriousness.
Don't you think so, Dr. Richardson? We will ask our good doctor on the show, Dr. Francine Chenoweth Richardson. Don't you think, Mr. Cummings, parents, grandparents from wherever, but we say Maryland, don't you think the people of Maryland voted for him? He came second in that county. Why he turned his back on the Marylanders?
Hey,
Why
Grandpa Jose, you refuse to fix it.
Ask me question and I give you chance to talk.
Go ahead.
Don't tell me about corruption. Don't tell me about this. Let's talk about why Mr. Cummings.
I will tell you about the last
accused. I will read the last one. James, come back. Where you going, James? James, come back. I will read the last one, then you'll come in, Dr. Richardson. This person is from Maryland. This person is from Maryland. They reply, I'm from Maryland County, Harper District. But when I try to engage my people, even my own household, the man from Maryland, the man said, I'm talking to my mom, my pa, my brother, my sister about Mr. Cummings. Let's hear what they say.
Stuff to do, so you're gonna
All
give
they
me
say,
yeah.
I will get you straight. Let me read the last one, Mama.
Right.
All they say is, if you believe that Mr. Cummings have this country as his origin, then why he doesn't want to have or build a house here? Why, Dr. Richardson? Speak, your people hear it.
The last time I checked Liberia's constitution, we have a free choice to live wherever we want to live. This thing about building a house in a specific county, it promotes tribalism, and that's what you guys are known for. All of you guys, some of you who support, yes, James, good day, the CDC people, the job, Joseph Boca people, all of y'all, okay? Now, that's why you keep on talking about building house. Wherever you're coming from, we are in a modern world. People can choose to live if they want to build a house in Monrovia, they build a house in Monrovia. They build a house in Monrovia. Okay, fine, you're not giving me a chance to talk. I'll see you later. So let me finish talking. Say I finish. All right. Think about it. Building a house or having a bathroom in Maryland, not going to give us food or put food on the table for us. James, good, you know that. You got a house or whatever.
They will put food on tables. People will work to your house.
No. Okay? You put the food in the house and you got your table. No, I can't say. You put the food on your table now? No. Okay? The house and you got your food table. No, I can't say. Put the food on your table? No. Okay? So let me just tell you, it is about making Liberia a better place, a more deserving place for Liberia.
Why come you refuse to pull house in Maryland? Why?
He doesn't have to. This is more than Liberia. I don't understand why you keep that question. I don't understand it. Was sent. I really don't understand it.
From Maryland.
Hey,
Dr. Richardson, where you from? Where you from? You got place there in Liberia.
No,
where you from?
No, I don't. I don't care.
Dr. Richardson, you got place there. Dr. Richardson, Mr. Cummings' parents from Maryland. The people of Maryland, they love Mr. Cummings. They want to vote for him. But they say he has turned his back on them. He has rejected them. He has neglected them.
Bad message.
He has held them to the curb. He said, I don't know you, but I want your vote. The men and the people so happy. He's so mad on here. He's executive in Coca-Cola. You got all the moolah. But the man turned around and said, I'm not going to do zero thing for you. How can you justify that, Dr. Richardson? Is that the Liberia we want?
I hate to use the word, like you are trying to influence and persuade the Liberian people to vote for a certain person because you think that Mr. Cummings this, Mr. Cummings that. Right now, the Liberian people don't care for that. What we care for right now is who can put food on our table, who can help our hospital be a better place, who can bring our economy to a place where our civil servants are getting paid. Whether you got a house in Maryland, whether you got a house in Singer, whether you got a house in Nima County, or whatever.
You just built your own house.
When you talk, you be yelling all the place talking to me, all kind of things. Okay? But when I want to talk, you can't even want to, you can't allow me to say that.
We have our boss down here, you came on the show.
All right, then you're fine. Let me tell you, I just want to come correct something. Go ahead.
I want to say something before that already say leave. Please, 1 minute.
She go.
Okay, she will hear it. She will stay here. This is what I'm about to say. It is a general perception in Liberia, and it is it is something that people do in Liberia, right? Before you get married in Liberia, I'm not talking about this Sunday marriage, Monday divorce, wedding that can take place. If you go to pay the dowry of that woman that you want to marry, the family major concern is if you are a man. And what makes you a man in Liberia is not the cars you ride, it's not the food you eat in the restaurant, it's whether you have a home to take the people dollar. Whether you have a home to take the people dollar there after marriage. It is not about the English you speak. In our traditional setting, the first thing people will tell you, if you are a man, you should be able to show that this is your house. You have a place to stay. So this propaganda about tribalism to say somebody not get a home in their country is tribalism. I'm still trying to get the tribalism link towards it. We agree. Judge, we had never had home in Cruton or where.
But let me say something. No. You're making a mistake, though. You make no mistake.
So even if we had never had, so it means that other people should not have.
Listen to me. You're making a mistake. Joe, we had home in Moserado County. He's from Moserado. Yeah. So you cannot say Joe, we never had home. Joe, we
I think you were talking about Grand Crew.
No. Well, no. We're talking about Moserado. Cummins just buried his home in Moserado. The plot Cummins living on it's not in its own name. People must stop this myth. People must stop this thing to say, yeah, it's not constitutional. How can you ask the people to vote for you and you're from that county and you refuse to put a Zen shack in the county? And you go to the county, you sleep in guest house. She also talk about
the Constitution. I just want to let her know that before you run for the office of the Liberian presidency, they will ask for your real estate property. You have to get a certain amount. You need to present all of these things. We agree, Cummins has them. But you come from a county. What makes a man to be a real man is...
Oh, mama, but James, whom you have. Why the people don't want us to say these things?
They don't want it because Cummins blown up. He blown up yesterday. Because of that Cummins mistake, if I make money, I build in home, not just invisible, but invisible in my village.
You're not doing it. Tell the people you're making money now. Tell the people don't lie.
I said when I get Google money.
Oh, you say
Google money. I build in my home invisible, not just invisible, but I'm going straight in my village where my grandparents are from. I'm going there.
Seriously, tonight seriously speaking, I'm discouraged. I'm disappointed.
You know how?
Mr. Cummins let the people of Maryland down. Seriously. I see when you talk about your stronghold, Mr. Cummins said the entire Liberia. He got no stronghold. He got no stronghold. So he said the entire Liberia. I know our sister, Dr. Richardson, is trying, but it cannot connect. It just can't. It's something about Mr. Cummins, and everybody have the personal aim with that thing when it comes to Mr. Cummins. Nelson, when you call the name Mr. Cummins, people say no. They get that something that shake them. They say, You know how sometimes the child say, The people say no. You call Joseph Boaka, the people will respond. You call George Manawia, people will respond. But Mr. Cummins, then you got to find them. You got to go over the Atlantic Ocean to find them.
James really can't prepare for that thing tonight. Wait till that.
No, I did not come prepare. It just came up as a topic because I know about it, brother. The country we from in Liberia, even in Europe here, people get homes. When you not get home, I mean you get money like what people can count you. They say in Lofa, the place I'm from, the people tell you say the real men they say Zunu waka Zunu and the players. Yeah, it means men is men when they have home, when they have house. Where I'm from, that's what the people tell you. You get all your money. You get home.
What they call it? They say Zulu waka Zulu. I mean,
Zulu waka Zulu and the players. Yeah.
And the players. Yeah.
Play means horse. Okay. Zulu it means man.
But folks, say what you want to say about us having a good time tonight. You know, I don't drink wine. Somebody says, "See, oh, you're drinking your wine." No, this is iced tea. This is not wine. I don't drink. I don't smoke. Never drank in my life. I have never smoked in my life. Okay? Because it's the right thing to do to me. I feel good. But when it comes to Liberia, we should say it as it is. I think Mr. Cummings made a mistake. And everybody that will come up to defend Mr. Cummings, I think they are in error. That Richardson are talking, she get her home. James, if I go get a house in Liberia, okay? Everybody get a property in Liberia. Well, Mr. Cummings not build a home, then he want to be president.
Even me that are born in
Constitution. Constitution. This is Mr. Cummings.
Well, in Liberia, are born
Good. My money I gave you to my money bought land. You get a land to Jatu.
But you say all that. So that will be the property, and then we'll put some in rent, and I'll pay your money back. That will be the land.
Right? The man bought the land, get the land to the girlfriend. Yeah,
so that will be the house on the land, and then we will talk about it. I'll be paying you small.
Zio, I said, I just joined the mail.
So you see that, because tomorrow, the first thing I'll start doing that land in Liberia, and I'll buy land again. I will start developing that land in Monserrato. My next thing is Gizboy.
James, that's the right thing to do. You gotta connect with your people. Seriously, you gotta connect with your people. Your people need you. You cannot sit down and agree that I won't be your leader. I can only do for you if you're giving the position. It's evil. It's very, very dangerous. It's bad to the highest level. I mean, let's face it, man. Mr. Cummings made a mistake. And I think Mr. Cummings' wife is not happy. I mean, listen, I'm not talking about what people can say. This is complete election season, folks. So after the show, we have our 1 or 2 seconds to discuss our family issue. We are family right here. You know, but listen, you know, somebody say you don't drink, you don't snooze. What do you do for leisure? Just asking for the platform. Now your business, I mean, leave me alone. I don't drink, I don't smoke. Like that. Leave me alone. John J. Flomo M. Dakimo. Cummings is helping Musa ability to build a house in Nima County first.
How you go in your own country, you be booking hotels.
The other person said, my name is not Denton, my name is Stanton, S-T. Comfort Henry. Mr. Denton, no, Mr. Stanton. I see why you look so young and handsome for your age, because you don't drink and smoke. Listen, I don't do a lot of bad stuff. And, you know, I try to be religious. Thank you very much, Comfort. I'm not like James. Please. I don't drink, I don't smoke. Oliver, come on. We are not promoting tribalism, Oliver. We're just speaking the truth.
But then I even know what is tribalism. If somebody will tell you say to talk that day means tribalism.
And I got a message for you, James. That person says CDC Good Day Flomo is on set pay. Yeah, they may gotta pay my money.
See you calling for the internet.
Hey, what a fallback position, man. Barrow.
I saw the man over there. The man somewhere over
listen, man, let me say something to you. I respect everybody. It's very important. You know, I never cried on the show before, but today I cried because the way in which Cummings treating his people in Maryland. You have a wonderful evening, a beautiful Saturday. A beautiful, a bathroom too. Yeah. Man. But James, why George Weah was butting the wall? Huh? They said Joel was butting the wall, so therefore the person decided to butt the goal. You know, this is not a joke, James.
It is not a joke. I'm feeling for the young people.
The issue that is happening in Liberia is terrible. The young men and women are just killed themselves. The issue
I thought it was just limited to Liberia. They also have it in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone.
Yeah. The issue of drugs. You need a presidential candidate that will come up with a comprehensive plan to tell the Liberian people how they will fight this thing. This is very, very terrible. The man is looking at himself just butting the light pole because he's high on drugs. I hope the leaders can just look into this. But you know, we have to go, Nelson. I know it's after 1. Forgive us, but thank you very much. We appreciate you. James Goode Flomo, thank you. We appreciate you also. You have a wonderful, wonderful good night. From my end to y'all, may God bless you all. Again, we remember those that were involved in the accident. Your family members, the network is reaching out to them. One of the family members reached out to me a few minutes ago. I will be talking to that individual. I want to say it is very important. Madam Titi, the CEO of the network, Madam Patricia Dapo, the business manager, they are reaching out. And God speak to the family. May God strengthen them. May God keep them. As I said before, and I will say it again, don't talk to me about the van. I care less about the vehicle. I'm concerned about those that were involved in the accident and those lives that were lost. I would say to everyone, keep them in your prayer. Let's continue to remember them. And the peace of God be with us all. You have a good night. All right, let's go. Yeah.
Nelson, see you again on Saturday. By God's willing, I'll be back on Saturday.
Oh yeah. So I hope the next time I see you, that whole Moses, you know, and that Moses will be gone.
No, okay. Let me tell you what happened. You know, here it's not like the way we get Liberia, right? You can just wake up, you go to any barber shop to cut your hair. I planned 2 weeks now to cut my hair, but the first time I planned, it was on Saturday. I was to cut my hair by 6 o'clock. And from my home to the barber shop is 56 minutes drive. I left sleeping until I got late. When I got there, the people told me, no, we already into your time. We can't make it. And after you is another person. Another one was today. I had scheduled by 5 o'clock to go cut my hair. And while on my way, one of my colleagues, he did not pass our media relation test, the exam. And the professor told him he needed an exam yesterday because we're already into today here. And he called me and told me, James, I need you to my house to come and help me. I need to do this assignment and submit it. So I went to him. I helped him. We did the assignment. I got late again for 20 minutes and I could not go there. So I had to book. Let me show you. I had to book for another, for Monday 10 o'clock. So pray for me not to sleep. I had to do another booking for Monday 10 o'clock.
My man,
Monday 10 o'clock, I have to be there.
Another week pass, you take time on here.
So here it's different. In Liberia, you can just get vest, you go to any barber shop. Here, before you do anything, you need an appointment. You book appointment, they approve it. 1 minute into your something, bro, that another person time will be getting into it. Nobody, you will not say, my man, I beg you, why you just do it.
Wow.
Yeah. So when you see it like that, you busy. You're not going to pay attention to one hair cutting business and miss
most important
your things you're doing, bro. This thing that normal thing here. Most people you see we get bushy hair here. We get time for it. Now in Liberia, you're thinking about cutting hair. We can think about cutting hair.
Thank you.
Yeah?
No, let me.
What does it say?
Let me forget.
Yeah, that in Liberia, you can be thinking about cut your hair, this, that. Here, we don't get, nobody get time whether your hair cut, your hair not cut. In fact, I suppose.
Yeah. So, see you again Saturday, James. And it was great.
All right.
Yeah. So, folks, that's how we like to wrap up on this edition of the program. The invitation tomorrow will be God can bless anybody. And you can join us tomorrow. Spoon Talk comes back on Monday. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette, James Goode Flomo here. And of course, thanks for being with us on this edition of the program. Bye-bye.
All right.